chat, love you chat, you look lovely today, chat ass. How dare you, my mother is a virgin. You're an excellent streamer and person. You keep doing you. What up, chat? I chat ass. Let's go in the chat. Hey Jack, Mark Ruffalo is a bootlicker. Sag. You're beautiful. Hyperpog 15 months, thanks Mr. Strimer.
What's going on, everybody? Hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. We are live and alive, folks. And I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having... I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one.
Is the announcement that
so
you
far
found a doctor that
so
can
good.
make your head
It
normal size?
is 79 degrees and sunny here in Los Angeles. Man, it feels fucking good to be alive on this Tuesday, May 25th, 2021, 11:20 a.m. and I'm a little late.
Love or host.
It's a little baby late, you know? The doors were closed for longer than you thought they were going to be. And guess what? That's because I have a super secret project that I shot
Best
something for. I'm not going to tell you what it
Twitch
is. I'm not going to leak it. Okay, so don't ask. That's not the big announcement. I do have a big announcement though. I'm just gonna wait for a little bit until I fucking pump it up, dude.
Hi Hassan, I love you.
It's kind of sad that you know, I said a big announcement and then so I think I might have hyped it up a little too much, because now there's like hella people in here that are saying things that are way cooler than my actual big announcement. Like, so I guess maybe I have little announcement in comparison to some of the shit. Like, you guys are like, oh, dude, you're joining Face Clan. Oh, dude, you're fucking joining 100 Thieves. Like, no, dude, no, it's not that. No. Like, fuck, dude, no. I should have just not said that at all. HasanAbi's replacing Don Lemon on CNN. Yeah, no, my big announcement is that I'm joining the Joe Biden administration as the vice president. And Joe Biden passed away. And Kamala Harris is now the president. And I'm the vice president. No, dude, it's not that big. No. And I didn't find a house. Anyway. No, okay. Fuck. All right. Well, the big announcement is I'm just going to reveal it. Fuck it. It doesn't matter. Okay. Now I feel sad, dude. It's literally not that big. I mean, it's a big deal for me, but it's just like not that big in general. But the big fucking announcement was that I'm gonna go to Texas this weekend. That's it. I mean, it's kind of pog. Like, I'm gonna fucking hang out with a bunch of streamers and all that sort of stuff. I already announced that. Did I? Oh, I mean, I tweeted it last night. But like, I don't know. I don't think people pay attention to what I say on Twitter.
I talked to Niall today. Hasan bought the $500 million house. Can't wait for the boxing matches and We Are the World remix featuring Cenk.
I'm late to the announcement, but congrats. Okay, anyway, you tweeted that, dog. What the fuck?
Has Buff love you hasn't chat.
Didn't you tweet it last night? I did. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay. I told this on stream too. Well, I didn't fucking... It wasn't 100% until I actually went and I got a ticket. So... Come to Dallas and go to QAnon event, Pago? Yeah, no. There's a LSF post about it too? Wait, really? Hasan is gonna be sleeping at Soda's house. He's gonna get away with it. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, god damn it, dude.
Third person confirmed yesterday. The next president of
motherfucker, dude. Nick,
6 months.
This is supposed to be my... This was supposed to be my announcement. I mean, I leaked it as well. Will you be streaming in Texas? Fuck yeah, dude. They're actually insane. Like, Melina is insanely accommodating. Like, it is wild.
The United States of America, Hasan, will be in this house.
Where's he sleeping?
He gets this room up here.
No, the downstairs.
Downstairs one. Yes.
I'm putting setups in all the rooms. Everyone will have a stream setup.
Yes. Third person.
Why are you going to Texas, though? I'm glad you got your COVID shot. I'm going to the non-believers. Yeah, they're setting me up with, like, it's crazy, dude. It's fucking crazy. They're setting me up with like a stream setup. It's wild. Like they're so poke. If I come to Texas, you're driving me around. Yeah, I did say that. Microdosing, escaping taxes, I see. Wait, what? How can I escape taxes by going to Texas for one weekend? Like, what? How am I? Bro, I live in Los Angeles, dude. There is no avoiding taxes. You're going to keep everyone awake with your malding, bro? They're going to ban you from Texas after this? Anyway. Yeah, I'm pulling a Joe Rogan, boys.
Taking a massive diddy right now while watching a stream. Keep it up. Hassle.
Weekend Champagne Socialist? Yeah. I'm actually going. Boys, I'm going to Texas. And what that means is...
Are you planning to go back to Mass Effect
later? I'm going to Texas. What that means is I'm going to slowly but surely change all my worldview and my point of view, my opinions, start believing that fucking COVID is fake, brother. And also start saying stuff like, I wouldn't put that shit in my body. That vaccine, I wouldn't put that shit in my body. I'm staying in Texas, brother. Yee. Once I get a taste of that freedom, I'll never leave. I'll never leave. I'll tell you what. Also, open carry was just passed in Texas. So hell yeah, brother. I'm going to be running around with my gun, my dick in one hand, gun in the other, baby. Let's go. That's why I'm going to Texas for the weekend. Yee. Open carry state, brother. Hell yeah. No, that's actually what we talked about on the podcast too, which was my favorite pod that we have recorded thus far. Straight up, 100%, my favorite pod that I have recorded thus far was earlier today with Will Neff.
Underwhelmed.
Episode 4 is going to come out on Thursday. I'm very excited about it. We talked about a bunch of stuff. Like I woke up at 5 to get ready for it. You know what I mean? To like prepare, to make sure that there was like a full blown good ass fucking pod. Feels like it's been forever since you've really gotten outside to do shit with other streamers. Proud of you, King. Will it be really good for you? Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to like... Are you just going to hang out at your friends' houses? Because you'll still definitely got to wear the mask out and about for sure. Well, yeah. I will... Listen, from what I understand, Texas never really closed down. And from what I understand, Texas never really had mask mandates.
Are you gonna watch
so everywhere, indoors, outdoors, doesn't matter. Like, people in Texas are not fucking wearing masks and shit regardless. But I might still wear a mask just to hide my face if I go somewhere to stream at an event, which I may or may not be planning on. But then also at the same time, I'm a little worried because then I'll be the only motherfucker who wears a mask outdoors. So then they're just going to be like, yep, that's goddamn liptard from California right there. Get him, boys! Get him!
You, Hasan.
Sick him, boys! They're going to say gig him. Gigamag. Or how do you say it? What do they say? My boss lives in Houston, and he routinely brags that he got COVID.
7 months at HasanAbi May.
Yeah, I might do a little undercover thing. Gigamaggies! Is Hasan moving to Texas? I was taking a poopy. Yeah, I will do an IRL stream. Oh, also, one thing
on becoming VP in
that I almost did. One thing that I almost fucking did was I almost bought a fucking first class ticket, and I couldn't do that. I was like, do I do this? Like, should I do this?
You look very...
I mean, I have money, like...
Kiss.
And it's not, like, the price difference isn't, like, that significant. It's just so late that I'm buying a ticket on Memorial Day weekend. I was like, I can't. There was a little whisper in my fucking ear where it was like, do it. Buy the first class ticket, you pussy. And then I thought to myself, it's literally a fucking 4-hour flight or like a 3-hour flight.
Hasan,
it's
my mom is
absolutely not worth. Like, that's so stupid. You know what I mean?
Also,
that's such a fucking stupid thing to do. It's a 3-hour flight, which means that it's going to be like one of those regular fucking jets where the first class amenities are not even there. You know what I mean? So I did something I haven't ever done before, and I bought Economy Plus. Or like where you get to at least choose your seat on the flight. Because as you all know, when you purchase a regular fucking economy ticket, when you purchase a regular economy ticket on a flight, they literally spit on your face, and then they ask you to pay for the spit because that spit is actually water, and you got to pay an air fee. You got to pay a fucking you got to pay a fee for the oxygen in the plane. You got to pay a fucking fee for them to spit on your face and tell you that, like, no, your carry-on is not even allowed. Like, what are they expecting? When people say no carry-on allowed with this ticket, like, what the fuck are they expecting? Do they just want you to go to a different part of the country that's so fucking far away that you literally have to fly there, but you somehow don't need a carry-on? Like, what kind of expectation is this? Where, like, they're just like, oh, are you going to a distance that you very clearly cannot travel by car? Yeah, you can't bring a fucking carry-on with you, though. You have to have the clothes on your fucking back. Yeah, I did get an exit row. No carry-on, check bags you have to pay for. It's fucking nuts, dude. I hate airlines so much. It triggers the fuck out of me. It's because you are so rich, you already have clothes in the other place. Yeah, that's what rich people do. Buy economy, like it's literally raw economy.
Running for TX governor, hoggers.
Hasan working on his Type 5 of the Comedy Cellar. Brother, I'm an entertainer. If you find that to be funny, then that's fucking awesome. Like, that actually gives me so much joy that you would think that this is like a Type 5. I'm the same height as you. I'd go first class just to stretch out. Now, fuck that. There is zero reason to buy a first class ticket, dude. Unless you're like literally flying for fucking 12 hours, 13 hours or some shit and you have the money. In which case, you can't buy first class tickets because you would have to sign off on your firstborn child. Like, anything that's above 6+ hours when you buy a first class ticket is probably like $7 gazillion. It is like literally. It's like, oh, you want to fly first class from Los Angeles to New York? Okay, that'll
You're
be
awesome,
$7
Hussein.
trillion.
Thanks for keeping me sane during my time searching for jobs.
I'm 6'2". I will never not get first class, dude. Trust. Once you finally go first class, you never go back. I mean, okay, well, that's another... that's another issue then. First class is only $50 more for me compared to economy plus baggage fees. 2 free bags first class on American. Yeah, depending on when you're buying a ticket, like, and how expensive that, like, economy ticket is, you can literally get a fucking first class ticket that's like $200 or $100 more than the original ticket because it's so fucking expensive. Airlines are insane, dude. They've literally lost their minds. I don't want to even fucking start with this conversation because it's like every part of our lives where we think about like oligopolies that have just absolutely fucking ruined everything. Every part of our fucking lives that is ruined completely by oligopolies is just the worst shit ever. ISPs is a great example of this. Dog shit across the board always. Airlines are another great example of this. Dog shit across the board. Thank you, Ronald Reagan. Shouts out to Ronald Reagan. Shouts out to deregulation. It's not an accident that we only have like fucking 3 airlines for most like major, most major commercial flights and airports.
I've been subbed for 5 months, baby.
Don't worry, it's preparing for another 9/11. We need to make you go through tight security, then steal your money just in case another 9/11. I flew business with Emiratis from Australia to Dublin, got upgraded to first, and it was amazing. Yeah, I've talked about this before. Like, I've talked about this before, where I've had like one experience in my life where I was upgraded. I think I was upgraded to either first class or business class. I don't remember. They were so far. Let me just tell you this much on an international travel, but. The difference between first class and, the difference between economy and business is so severe that I literally don't remember if it was first class or business because it doesn't matter. It's fucking psychotic, dude. Like, it's nuts. It's absolutely nuts. The difference between economy and business is so insane that you're just like, I don't fucking know. I'm a veteran and was never offered first class in the army.
Is the event you boxing Ted Cruz? Have fun in Texas, King. Crown.
Did you steal Fiji water from them too? Listen. That wasn't theft, especially because I gave the water back. It's not worth paying for business in first class. It's a waste of money. I agree. I literally don't. Out of principle, I don't even upgrade out of principle. I'm such a fucking angry. I'm such a proud, angry, bashful motherfucker that I'm old enough to remember when you could just get a fucking airline. You could just get an emergency row seat just because you're tall. Okay? So I get so mad when people are like, when airlines are just like, oh yeah, you want an emergency seat? Now you got to pay like $200 extra. Like, are you fucking kidding me, dude? Are you stupid? That's bullshit, dude. Are you like, that's fucked up. I travel for work. I'm 6'7". I always get economy aisle seat. No problems. Yeah, I mean, as long as you get an aisle seat, you can like shove your fucking little legs kind of like under the seat and like towards the middle. I know how to fucking contort myself. I've been flying economy my entire life, and I've been very big my entire life. So, announcement what? Yeah, I already did it. I'm going to Texas.
6 months. Let's go. Shouts out. To
we're in the complaining about airlines portion of the career. Queen Pib, if you think that I haven't been complaining about airlines and literally talking about deregulation and oligopolies and how it's like fucking dog shit, you're out of your mind. Also, I'm in America. Everyone complains about airlines. Airlines here are fucking terrible. I guess they're terrible everywhere, though. You're such a professional victim, HasanAbi. Now do some content.
Chaos reigns.
Okay. Well, here's my content. That's a ban for you, motherfucker. Fly Southwest, shit bangs. I'm a 6'6", just check in on time, and 9:10 I get an emergency exit.
You inspired me to go back to college.
That's wrong. I thought South by Southwest has, or Southwest has like actual seating assignments. What do you mean you just check in on time?
27 months strong.
This trip is going to make you not want to return to LA. They're all vaxxed, by the way. Yeah, every single person that I'm going to be hanging out with is vaccinated. If the person sitting next to you was a fan, would you chat them, or how quickly would you put your headphones on? Oh, I'd fucking blast a podcast immediately. Like, stop talking to me, you fucking peasant. That's what I would say. Get the fuck out of my face, dude. I'm traveling right now. I'm a diva. Are you stupid? Do you really think I would do that? Anyone who's ever met me knows that I literally will take time out of my fucking day and hang out and fucking take photos, whatever. It's so stupid. Champagne socialist.
For weird.
Saying that as you're both an economy? Okay, shut up, dude. Go on Joe Rogan while you're there. Oh, yeah, Joe Rogan was dying to have me on. So, you know, I thought I was supposed to be entertained while watching Twitch. You're going to be high on shrooms on the flight? No. I heard that this is really sad. This video
up in Israel and what you would
is
call
really,
Zionist,
really sad.
your
I heard
for the past 2 weeks really changed my perspective on things there.
But yeah, no, I'm excited. There's some activities that I'm excited to do when I'm in Texas. I haven't been to Texas in a long ass time. So, there's a new Channel 5 vid, White Lives Matter rally, which is fucking poggers. We'll definitely watch that, obviously. Shouts out to Andrew, my man. I think it's time I'll just post.
Sup, baby.
This person unfollowed me, Aquila. Move over Lollapalooza, Mike Lindell's MAGA Frank, Wisconsin 2021 rally. Oh my God. I need to go to this. I actually need to go to this. There's also the Twins vid. If you're sub to his Patreon, the Twins vid looks sick. My work's been following me business because of COVID. My ticket from New York to Israel was $8,000. Jesus fuck. When you want to write about redistricting, but your editor says no one will click on it. SoCal Pop Phenom, Olivia Rodrigo's home congressional district. Oh my God. Oh my God. What the fuck? Okay, there's a lot of stories today, boys. This is fun. We got a good lineup. I'm just gonna blast it. I'm live. I'm here. I'll just say traveling. I'm changing my title to Traveling to North Mexico. AKA Tejas.
Opium Donnie will be back.
And then let's tweet out that I'm live. Traveling to North Mexico, aka Tejas. You didn't even watch the Nick Molina clip? Wait, did I not watch it? No, I did. I watched all of it. He said that he's coming here.
Third person confirmed yesterday. The next president of the United States of America, Hasan, will be in this house.
Where's he sleeping?
He gets this room up here.
No, the downstairs.
Downstairs one. Yes.
I'm putting setups in all the rooms. Everyone will have a stream.
I'm gonna fuck soda poppin'. open my DM to you on stream. Did some fan art of us. I will. Hold on. Why did you say that as a joke? Are you gonna visit Hank and Peggy while you're out in Texas? Maybe have a beer in the alley with the guys? That'd be so sick. Anyway, okay. Traveling to North Mexico, Egate House for the weekend. Also, daycare is open. There's a new channel 5 vid from the White Lives Matter rally.
PP chat.
Mark Ruffalo backs down from calling out Israel.
Yeah.
My uncle sounds like a Reddit atheist from 2000.
When are you going to
14,
debate
let's
Jordan
say.
Peterson?
Or no, let's say 2008. Get in now. www.twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Can we take a trip to Boosie's? Pick you up in my Jeep blasting K-pop with my subs?
Hassle off.
Can't wait for the soda pop and Israel-Palestine debate.
Seven months of
Donald Trump responds to the insurrection lawsuit by claiming immunity while he was president. Pog, dude.
I honestly didn't know much about it before. Love you and keep up the great work, Hassel.
You said Tejas, not Texas. When you've lost Ben Shabibo. God damn. Okay. Okay. My man said, I need XQC. You're too slow. Like what? At typing? That's why you watch streamers on Twitch. You're like, dude, sorry, your typing skills are way too slow. I only watch fast typers. What is this? Homegirl wants you to hit her up in Austin? I don't know about all that, boys. I don't know if I'm gonna be hitting people up in Austin. Did you just send me your... You literally just linked me your own tweet. No, I'm going to fucking Austin, dude. I'm not going to Dallas. Anyway. So yeah. Have you seen John Cena's apology for recognizing Taiwan as a country? No, I did not. U.S. State Department bypassed Congress for $735 million weapons deal to Israel. Granted Boeing an export license to sell $735 million to bombs in Israel. A congressional staffer told me bypassing Dem opposition, Senator Sanders placed a hold on state nominees in response, but lifted the hold today. The approval of the export license for the arms sale, which progressive legislators tried to block, immediately spurred opposition from Senator Bernie Sanders. Sanders was notified that the sale had gone through and responded by placing a hold on all state nominees. After the admin-controlled humanitarian aid for the rebuilding of Gaza, Sanders lifted the hold. Sanders said simply returning to the pre-war status quo is inefficient. The deeper causes such as the Gaza blockade and evictions in Jerusalem needed to be addressed. Support or oppose the sale. Everyone should be concerned about the complete lack of congressional oversight involved here. Like
5 months.
Like, what are they doing? Like, why? I love that the American administration is just like the Biden administration is like, no, like, you don't understand. Israel needs these weapons, dude. Like, we will do anything. No amount of political capital. Like, can you imagine if the Biden administration had that same kind of energy to bypass like congressional approval when it came to, I don't know, pushing the $15 minimum wage argument at least across the finish line? Just imagine if Joe Biden, cared as much about the working poor as he did about selling weapons to Israel and like subsequently bombing Palestinians into nothing. Just imagine if Joe Biden cared this much about eliminating student debt, something he has the power to do and something he has now decided will be $0. Something that he promised he would do that he is now going back on. I'm not going to watch the new Channel 5 video right now. I'm going to do my regular news coverage, you fucking freak juicers, okay? I know your juice box will be live soon. Calm your fucking tits. Jesus Christ. Patience, okay? God damn, bro. Are you feeling safe with the 60% efficiency rate for J&J? I will be working in the hospital in the summer and don't know if I should wait for the Pfizer Moderna for safety. 60% for normal worker, yes. But I'm not putting more people in danger with the hospital. Dude, I don't know. If you're working in a fucking hospital, why don't you ask doctors instead of a himbo moronic Twitch streamer whose like best estimation is still going to be repeating what a doctor would tell you. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to come across like so short, but that's like, I'm an idiot, dude. Ask a fucking doctor.
Happy 3 months sub anniversary, Hasan. Your news and media coverage
also
is
efficacy is not about like efficacy isn't about spread prevention. Efficacy is about like your likelihood of eliminating the worst symptoms, I thought. And also, what I can tell you is this. Yo, that was my tweet you opened. I didn't send it to you, LMAO. Okay, what I can tell you is this. The Johnson & Johnson efficacy rate is different than the other ones, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're less effective. As a matter of fact, it was conducted at a different time when different variants had already been in existence and were circulating and were more common. And that's precisely why the efficacy rate was lower on the Johnson & Johnson vaccine in comparison to Moderna and Pfizer. Moderna and Pfizer were asked to run further tests in the past, which lowered their efficacy rate as well. That's why most people tell you, get whatever one you can get. Whichever one you can get, it's fine. Trust. The difference between the J&J and the mRNA ones, which is Pfizer and not AstraZeneca, Moderna, which is what I have. Oh my God. I forgot the name of the fucking... I forgot the goddamn name of the vaccine that I have in my body. The mind control's working, brother. Holy shit, brother. What the fuck? Mind control! Anyway, got my second Moderna dose yesterday. I feel like shit today. Yeah, it happens. It's definitely going to make you feel like shit a little bit. I'm just gonna tweet this.
Great months.
Imagine if the Biden admin cared this much about pushing the wage over the finish line.
That's why Texas has a higher standard of living than California, and 50,000 plus
eliminating
Californians moved over to
student
Texas.
loan debt.
hassle.
Which is obviously harder, but there isn't even a mention of it. What do you think about the Federation solution? What? Actually, fuck that. I'm not even gonna put the public option in there. Why do you have different standards for Biden versus Ruffalo? What? I think I have like really weird, I don't know what happened. Maybe it's because I said I have a big announcement, but maybe that's why I have like a lot of weird people in here right now. I'm just going to eliminate some of the trolls ahead of time. You know, I'll assassinate a couple gray names in the public square just for fun, just so you know I'm not fucking around. You know what I mean? Like public square mass execution of a couple gray name shit takers.
Love you, Hasan. I appreciate everything that you do.
We're going to talk about Mark Ruffalo in a second. This is very frustrating to see. The State Department's decision to ignore congressional concerns and approve the sale of Joint Direct Attack Munitions Kit to Israel is remarkably tone-deaf and callous. Human rights advocates are continuing to work to stop the $735 Boeing sale of bombs to Israel. The State Department should revoke this Boeing export license and wait until Congress has had the chance to debate and vote on the shameful arms sale to Israel. Commenting on the juxtaposition between Biden's commitment to aid Gaza and these bomb sales, Gerard said that humanitarian aid is a band-aid on a bullet wound, and the U.S. is paying for the band-aid, the bullet, and the gun. Literally. Straight up. Also, Mohammed El Kurd finally responded and said he would love to come on. So I'm going to figure out when I'm going to have him on. But we'll see.
Keep up the good work.
Yeah, I'll have him on soon.
Had to resub so I wouldn't be mistaken.
He was
for a
on
grey
Democracy
man.
Now yesterday. I know he's always on Democracy Now. Yeah, we simply have no money for social spending, and yet we are preparing a $10 billion bailout to fund the Jeff Bezos space firm. Bezos Blue Origin lost his bid for a major NASA contractor to Elon Musk, but the Senate is ordering the agency to give a second one now. I think if there's one thing that the richest man on the planet needs, it's bailouts for one of his endeavors, so that, you know, his ultimate endeavors can send other rich people into space and commercialize space travel. I don't know. I feel conflicted about this, partially because, like, I really wish NASA was funded appropriately and this was handled in-house rather than outsourced to, like, weirdo psychopathic billionaires, okay? And we were all at the whims of, like, these weirdo psychopathic billionaires that literally just demand government subsidies paid for with our taxes that turn around and, you know, decide whatever the fuck they want to do with it. Like, technological achievement of this magnitude that absolutely requires a tremendous amount of funding should, in my opinion, be removed from the sphere of for-profit enterprise. I think, like, this is like the internet. These are world-changing technological achievements. Like, this is going to change our lives. So it blows my mind that fucking mind that we're just, like, still funding these places.
Content.
To be fair, it was never done entirely in-house. NASA does do a lot of outsourcing. I know. I'm saying that I wish that wasn't the case, and that our wonderful government hired all of these people for NASA, and that it was left to the whims Congrats to the chat. I reached 3 months sober. I'm at 2 years myself. It's difficult, but worth it. Absolutely.
Thanks for making great content that has really educated me over the past several months.
You're
Also,
saying
chat,
no
you
corporations
looking
were
to
involved in the
today,
creation of the
WTF.
internet? I mean, the internet was literally fully publicly funded information. It was a military.
Primers for you.
Yeah, at a public institution. And it was innovation that was made with DARPA, which is like straight up the military. It's the American government. So yeah, it's so weird when like people LARP as communists or whatever in this fucking chat. Like they'll have like Hammer and Sickle Lover 69, and then they'll be like, "You fucking idiot! It's private corporations worked on the internet, you fucking moron." Bro, you literally follow that chick from Austin on Twitter? Who?
Awesome stream.
What chick from
Sam
Austin?
Piker, nice.
You're close to ratioing Ruffalo? Yeah, we're gonna talk about that right now.
Hassle.
In a second. I don't know how the fuck that happened. I just was angry, and you know I was angry because I didn't type this on stream. I wasn't angry as much as I was disappointed. Because like I like Mark Ruffalo a lot.
Yeah.
I like Mark Ruffalo a lot, and seeing him backtrack on a previous statement that is so like it's true. What Israel's doing is genocide, and seeing someone like Mark Ruffalo just cave to clear pressure from people around him. I don't believe that this was personal self-reflection. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think this was a moment of self-reflection where he was like, oh yeah, I think like it's not a genocide anymore. I think this was a financial decision. I think people were pressuring him. Maybe you can call me a fucking conspiracy theorist or even try to fucking make this out to be like an anti-Semitic thing. But I straight up think that like, you know, Marvel was like, you want to be Hulk? Shut the fuck up. Mehdi Hasan defending him? I don't give a fuck, dude. He's wrong too. I don't think it's reflection. Someone in his comments mentioned that this was the first time he mentioned Hamas in his tweets. Yeah, especially this. This part is really damning. Where he made it seem like it was Israel and Hamas fighting. Like, what the fuck, dude? Is that what happened? Was Israel and Hamas fighting, dude? Like, is that what it was? So what, like, so all those people that got fucking obliterated, they were just Hamas? Sorry, that's why I said, like, you should tell the families of the 200 plus murdered Palestinians in Gaza that were recently declared enemy combatants in the latest IDF propaganda that, you know, their occupiers aren't actually committing ethnic cleansing when they mowed the lawn last week. And it's really fucking sad to see. Here, I'll fucking retweet it. I mean, I understand it's still disappointing, but he still supports Palestine, right? It is a genocide, I agree, but I don't really understand how this tweet is terrible. I mean, the fucking tweet is terrible because he backtracked from a previous statement of truth. No, like, big fucking Hollywood celebrity has ever, like, in a position that he's in, has ever come out and said some shit like this.
Because you're yelling at your opposition and trying to slander
Okay.
those into debate.
And also, not only did he backtrack, but then he backtracked by saying, like, it was the recent fighting was Israel versus Hamas. And that is painting it. That's painting the situation that is literally an outright massacre as though it's like, you know, two warring militaries or something.
6 months with the big man. Here for it all.
If Kurds got the same press Palestinians did, we'd be a country by now. Dude, you are so delusional, motherfucker. Yo, this is like the highest form of delusion. I've never heard a statement so fucking psychotic in my entire life. What do you mean if Kurds got the same press Palestinians did? Are you fucking out of your mind? Literally go to every mainstream media outlet that currently calls like Palestinian casualties simply fucking statistics that turn around and say like Israel was murdered by Hamas and everyone's a terrorist versus like Palestinians that are being killed in the conflict are simply perishing. Every single one of those outlets have done numerous articles on the Peshmerga, on how fucking sexy and wonderful the beautiful, brilliant female fighters are. Like, get the fuck out of here, dude. Come the fuck on, dude. Like, the United States literally built an autonomous Kurdish region in Iraq. Like, what are you talking about? It is a disgusting fucking comparison to make. It's like, are you so delusional that you unironically think that like America is not training and giving weapons to Kurdish militias? Or do you fucking think that America is giving training and weapons to Hamas? $200 civilian deaths is not even considered a genocide against Kurds because the number is too small is like ridiculous to say. There you go, dude. I hope you're happy. Oh, 2 yil. Like such a fucking, this is like anything you say about Kurdish nation state the Kurdish nation state project or talking about how like the Turks suppress Kurds, like I'm on board with. But that is such a psychopathic and horrible fucking take, dude. God, I really hope dumbass Kurds don't have this fucking point of view. Like, literally, that's like an insane POV. It's not even inoffensive. Like, it's not even considered, or it's not even considered offensive to support Kurds. Like, literally, that's the basic position. All the way from Noam Chomsky to literally the CIA. I'm shocked. It's got to be like a psychotic troll from that dude. It's like making me mad.
Yo, Ashan, what's up?
We dodged the perma because, you know, I can't be coming across as anti-Kurdish over here. You know what I'm saying? My Kurdish friends drive me crazy with this dude. I'm from Basra and I work with a lot of Kurds and have Kurdish friends. Says Iraqi wizard. The only thing you can argue is that no one calls out Turkey as much as they should because of international relations. I mean, motherfuckers call out Turkey all the time. They just don't call out Turkey with respect to how Turkey deals with Kurdish militias. And the reason for that is because, and this is the truth, no one gives a fuck about the Kurdish militias beyond like using them as a tool to wield against whatever region America has an interest in controlling. That's it. That's the real reason. And also, Kurds literally know this. Like, they know this, and they're trapped, and they have no other option. So they're like, yeah, fuck it. We'll just take the guns. Who gives a shit? So that's it. Literally no one gives a shit about Kurds beyond like their utility. We've literally given Kurds armored Humvees and weapons and training. I mean, dude, I know I know someone who I've had on the show who literally went and fought with the fucking YPG. Like, what are you talking about? He has personally recounted his experiences when he went and fucking fought alongside YPG. Like, come on, dude. How the fuck did you ratio the Hulk? I mean, it's not gonna go on for too long, but I guess it happened because like I wasn't really fucking paying attention to it yesterday. Last night I was just mad and I fucking had like grammatical issues with it. So then today I fucking blasted it. It's just fucked up, man. He's really like, I think Mark Ruffalo is a good guy. Okay, I really do. I think he is a good guy. I think he is very well intentioned. Yeah, he got 29,000 quote tweets over here. You've had a YPG fighter you just mentioned on stream before. Would it be poggers to hear that dude's story? Yeah, I have had him on the stream already. His name is Brace Belden. He's the host of the TrueAnon podcast. It's just sad to see. It's sad to see on multiple points. Like when you see someone, even albeit for a moment, come out and just be like, come out and just say, call it exactly like it is, that this is a genocide, right? And then go back on it. It's just sad to fucking see. My friend's brother married into Ruffalo's family. He's apparently the chillest dude in the world in person, but yeah, he's progressive but still super lib. Do you think Brace is more widely known in the for fighting in the YPG or his posting?
7 months with my beautiful baby boy.
For his posting. Well, he doesn't post. It's Mehmet who posts. There's a Turkish Egyptian man named Mehmet that controls the TrueAnon. Is it True Anonymous? Am I fucking the name up? But yeah, that podcast is controlled by a Turkish Egyptian man by the name of Mehmet, and certainly not Brace Belden. Just TrueAnon, right? Anyway, Mehmet posts some wild shit, dude. This might be why Ruffalo backed out. What? Because there's a Marvel's Hulk solo film on the way? Huh. Listen, the reality is, saying some shit like that is even less acceptable than saying some shit against China, okay? Because, like, at least in America, you can still be kind of, like, anti-China. And that will worry a lot of big businesses because they want to enter the Chinese market. They don't want to be barred from the Chinese market. But, like, people will still say some shit about China ultimately. Because, like, in America, that flies. Like, America is reactionary as a dying empire. Relatively reactionary towards China because they see China as a competing world power that is also dominating right now and at the throes of becoming like a hegemonic power in the world, right? So that's part of the reason why, like, you know, there's a little bit more leeway in criticizing China, and a lot of people do it and get away with it in the way that it doesn't even warrant criticism, in areas where it doesn't even fucking warrant criticism. But like, obviously, Hong Kong, understandable criticism. Xinjiang, an understandable criticism of China and totally warranted, totally reasonable. But motherfuckers will be out here like blasting China with like ridiculous shit. But like how they're responsible for COVID or whatever the fuck, right? So, and they can get away with it because like America and China have a contentious relationship. But when it comes to Israel, like America and Israel does not have a contentious relationship. We are allies. We are, you know, brothers in the bond. So, That's part of the reason why he had to back away, I think. Like, you can't be saying this shit and still expect to make as much money as you did. Like, there are a lot of people that will get very upset at this. Anyway, having said that, a message to progressive Jews. Did you just send me your own fucking video?
Design.
Okay, well, I'll watch it. Fuck it. But before I watch this, or while I'm watching this, I am going to run a 1-minute ad break here because I forgot to run it at the top of the hour, and we are already at the top of the hour, boys. So there's a 60-second ad break incoming. If you no longer want to see the ads, obviously you already know what a deal is. You already know what to do. You can subscribe. You can do it for free with a Twitch Prime. And yeah, we'll watch promo from this person who has a message to Jews about Zionism. And here is the 1-minute ad break now. And then I'm going to talk about the housing market in a little bit too.
Progressive Jews, leftist Jews, hell, even self-described anti-Zionist Jews like myself. You're fucking this up.
God damn, this dude's voice is sexy as fuck. Never mind. I was not expecting this. Like, he does not look like he's got a voice like that. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking about? Where I was just like expecting him not to have like such a silky ass voice, dude.
Let me be more emphatic. You are fucking this the fuck up. It's almost as if you don't realize that Israel wanted you to entirely shift the conversation away from Gaza and occupation. Either you're fucking stupid or you're fucking lying. And honestly, I just need you to be fucking stupid right now, because if you're lying, then I'm gonna fucking lose it. You know, we were on the verge, and maybe we still are, of a moral awakening about the atrocities Israel inflicts upon the Palestinian people. And all it took was a couple of incidents of anti-Semitism in the U.S. to knock that shit right out of the frame. Now, anti-Semitism is terrible, but welcome to fucking being Jewish. You want egg cream? And it shouldn't happen to us ever, but right now, all of your tripping over yourselves to make it look like you're so serious about anti-Semitism has just made the narrative about us. And worse yet, has put Palestinian people on the spot to denounce acts they have no responsibility for. While some of them are mourning the losses of families, neighborhoods, and you're probably saying, well, we can care about both, right? I mean, if that were the case, I don't think we'd be in this fucking position to begin with. But that aside, what's most relevant is that the reason that Israel and its defenders want you to perform concern about anti-Semitism isn't because they want to stop it. They just want you to talk less about Gaza. They want you to also unwittingly connect anti-Semitism to Palestinian activism. That's what they want you to do. And you think you can manage the narrative or out-navigate the Israeli PR machine. You fucking can't. You haven't. And you got fucking played. And let's talk about why there might, God only knows, why there might be an uptick in anti-Semitic sentiment right now. The Jewish homeland. And they also hammer that message, assassinates Iranian scientists. Maybe it has something to fucking do with the apartheid state that brutalizes and displaces Palestinians, that devastated Lebanon, that assassinates Iranian scientists in our fucking name as the Jewish state. And I've seen some leftists be like, well, don't use what Israel does to Palestinians as an excuse to be anti-Semitic. The entire fucking world, let alone Palestinians, have been told for decades by political, cultural, and journalistic figures that Israel is the uncontested Jewish state, the Jewish homeland.
Yeah, it's always, look, I've talked about this before as well. It's like when someone who is an avowed Zionist, who's like an Israeli Jew, says the exact same thing that someone who is not a Zionist or an anti-Zionist says, it's literally considered anti-Semitic. If you are to say that all Jews unconditionally support Israel, and you yourself are not Israeli and a Zionist or whatever, or even Jewish, you are considered anti-Semitic. And that is an anti-Semitic sentiment. Okay? But the exact same thing is oftentimes said by ultra-Zionists. Not even ultra-Zionists. Like, a lot of people say that. And it's considered to be completely acceptable. When the American writers and whatnot get excited about the IDF training American police forces, that's a brilliant moment for American and Israeli relationships, right? But when I say it, it's blood libel. Like, motherfuckers will be like, it's blood libel that you mentioned that, the IDF trains the American police force. Like, that's crazy. Well, you just said it last week and you were promoting it. So it is like this very weird double standard where you are always trapped. Where you are always trapped in a losing argument. I just ended the dono. Sorry. Why do people want to ruin TTS for the rest of us? I don't know. So, don't Zionists call Bernie a traitor just because he doesn't support Israel? Yeah. He's going into victim blaming here? No, I think what he's going to try to say is that the reason why motherfuckers can't separate between, and you're right though, I do think that, like, no matter what, anti-Semitism is unacceptable, unconditionally, straight up. But I think what he's trying to say is it creates more anti-Semitic behavior in people when you're connecting those dots on your own. Like, when you're willingly connecting those dots. And even then, it doesn't matter, because the fault in that circumstance still lies on the person who is doing the anti-Semitic action.
And they also hammer that message home by saying that criticism of Israel, not even anti-Zionism, is anti-Semitic. So if Palestinians and others impacted by Israel are told that it's the Jewish state that represents all Jews while entire fucking families are being wiped out in Gaza, what the fuck do you expect them to feel toward us? A schoolgirl crush? Whimsical curiosity?
Yeah. So the thing is, like, and I've mentioned this before, like, most people that have not been brought up with a sea of propaganda that is like, you have to always support Israel uncritically, unconditionally, always support Israel. Most people that haven't been raised that way are not going to look to this situation and be like, oh, okay, well, yeah, I think, like, I think what's going on here is right and just. Like, you have to take that into consideration. What did Pokelaw say? Hasan, you better hang out with me. Yell at him to hang out with me when he's in Austin, or I'm mad. Of course I'm going to hang out with you, motherfucker. What does this take, dude? Obviously. Israel and the Zionist movement designed this trap intentionally. It shields the state from criticism because they can say you are being anti-Semitic. When you criticize Israel because you definitionally are, to be a citizen, you must be Jewish. Yeah. What's really fucked up is, like, the rise in anti-Semitism isn't just attributed to, like, what's going on in the past 2 weeks. That's what's psychotic about this. Like, the single largest anti-Semitic attack on U.S. soil occurred a couple years ago, guys. It was one of the, in modern history, it is the single largest anti-Semitic hate crime. The Pittsburgh synagogue shooting happened not that long ago. Anti-Semitism has been a problem in Western society in perpetuity. It has always been an issue. Originally, it was used to justify pogroms against the Jews, expulsion and murder, and forced conversions Whether you look to Spain or Portugal or Russia or any other fucking place where Jews live. That's why there's a lot of intergenerational trauma within the shared history of Jews. Okay? That's why there's a lot of Jewish people that are just like always terrified that, you know, there is an enemy combatant. Like that at any given moment, someone could just pop off and be like super fucking anti-Semitic. And there's also truth to that. Okay? But you have to separate that. If you are an honest broker, you have to fucking separate. Yeah, anti-Semitic violence went right up right after Trump was elected. Yet the Israeli government loves Trump, and Republicans, they're awful at willing to sell out Jews abroad to the right-wing mob. Yeah, they are. And they do. And they do. Just like Netanyahu is partnered up with like actual fucking anti-Semites who run anti-Semitic campaigns like Orban. So the issue is weaponizing like legitimate claims of anti-Semitism as a deflection, like drawing it up like a shield in an instance where something that should be completely separated from being Jewish, the actions of a fucking nation state, turn around and use that as a way to be like, oh, well, you know, anti-Semitism is on the rise. Sorry, can't talk about fucking... of course, anti-Semitism is awful, but I'm having a hard time understanding why calling out Israeli Jews that are persecuting Palestinians makes you anti-Semitic. I'm not generalizing to all Jews. Someone is making an assumption about what I'm saying. It seems ridiculous. I mean, because the idea is that, like, no matter what, like, you should not be considering, like, every single person in Israel to be a part of a monolith. And you should also recognize that a lot of that comes from their programming. Like, what are you going to do? I mean, there's people in here right now that probably grew up with this understanding that only recently changed their minds on the subject. Feel me? This is going to give me brain cancer. I already know. It's like calling people anti-American for calling out American war crimes, crimes against humanity. I mean, it's like if you're an American living abroad, okay? And it doesn't matter if you fucking agree with America's actions or not, and someone just beats the shit out of you because of what America did in Iraq. And you're like, well, what the fuck? I hate the American government, and I hate that, like it's like me. If I went back to Turkey and someone fucking came up to me and were like, aren't you fucking American, you piece of shit, and started beating the shit out of me. Now, I know chat's gonna meme about it, but, like, that's unacceptable. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, so, well, the reality is, if I went back to Turkey, I think there's other issues that Turkish people would have with my rhetoric and things I've said on this broadcast before we get to, you know, just anything else. I see the fucking comments on Twitter, dude. Motherfucker with his, like, he doesn't deny Armenian genocide, bro. Come to Turkey, I'll show you what, bro. Anyway. The second anti-Semitic people come out of the woodwork using Palestinian support as a justification for the disgusting behavior, Israel and its supporters jump on it to call themselves a victim. Yeah, it's just like the actions of a few, or even a lot of people, the actions of a lot of people in a movement does not delegitimize the overarching opinion or the overarching slant of justice in that circumstance. Okay? Mehdi called you out? What did he say? Let's see what he said. I want to know. Mehdi Hasan? I doubt it. But I want to see what Mehdi Hasan had to say about Mark Ruffalo's statement, actually. Because I think he, like, defended... The truth is that Mark Ruffalo has done more to highlight and amplify the plight of Palestinians, Native Americans, Iraqis, Baha'is, and low-income Americans than most other celebrities, and also the most online armchair warriors slamming him as a sellout, etc. on Twitter today. He's right about that, for sure. He has. That's why I like him a lot, and I was very disappointed. As I tried to explain to my own Pakistan-based trolls last week, you can disagree with a single tweet or statements without going all "you're dead to me" and "you're a sellout" and ignoring an entire life, career, body of work which doesn't fit your lazy black and white narrative. That's the part I don't like. Because it's not fucking like a lazy black and white narrative. Here's Mark Ruffalo rightly referring to apartheid in the occupied territories in an interview with me last year. People on the left and in pro-Palestinian circles love them then. That doesn't think it's genocide doesn't make him a turncoat. Sigh. Okay. Here's the thing. I want to know. I mean, maybe I'll DM him about this, but maybe does Mehdi Hasan not think that the remember when you interviewed Mehdi on Agitprop about Palestine? I did. In regards to BDS boycott divestment, dude, I really need to get a haircut. Like, I see the way I look here, and I'm like, fuck, dude. Like, oh god, I need a haircut so bad.
Sanctions movement in America, partially because of progressive Muslims like Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar.
Palestinians don't have to be saints in order to deserve the basic rights that all of us take for granted, right? Miftah has said things that I disagree with. They made an anti-Semitic statement that they apologized for. The point is, when you go there, I say this as an American Jew. My children go to Jewish day school. I lead services in an Orthodox synagogue. Judaism is the center of my life. The first time I went to spend time with Palestinians in the West Bank, it was a shattering experience. The only thing I could imagine would be similar for American would be going to visit the Jim Crow South. When you see people living under the control of the state with no rights, they cannot become citizens. They cannot vote for the state that controls their lives. They do not have free movement. They need a pass to move from city to city. They live under a military legal system. The consequences are more brutal than we can imagine sitting here. So do I agree with Miftah? Of course not. I had a close friend who was killed in a suicide bombing. But Palestinians don't. You could have made the same argument if you went to visit SNCC and said, oh, they were connected with communists. Some of their people have made anti-white statements. The point is, what Ilhan Omar said is the most important point. People need to go and see for themselves. I've never seen anyone who's gone and seen for themselves and not been transformed by the experience.
So I know you have some thoughts about this, so let's hear it. I mean, this is remarkable. This is a radical change in the Overton window shifting right in front of our eyes, where CNN is discussing the conditions in which Palestinian people living in the West Bank are subject to these horrific conditions, horrific living conditions by the state of Israel, America's greatest ally and the only democracy in the Middle East, if you ask Republicans and even liberals.
Very much so. I mean, it's definitely shifting. Some would say this has been a pivotal moment in the debate over Israel-Palestine, definitely in my lifetime, definitely in my career of watching American politics and following American foreign policy on the Middle East. And it has come as a direct result. The reason Peter Beinart can go on CNN and talk in that way, and credit to Peter, good for him for doing that, is because Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar opened this conversation. And actually, in a way, they didn't even open it. It's because that they were attacked. Here's what's so amusing and ironic in this whole depressing, bleak situation. It's because of the vicious attacks on Ilhan and Rashida from the right, from supporters of Netanyahu and Trump, that actually has emboldened them to really push on this issue, much more than they did when they were elected. I remember when they were elected just last year. We weren't hearing any of this stuff. I mean, they were saying this stuff. A lot of us had high expectations that Ilhan Omar, Rashida...
Nose job? Oh, dude, I definitely have some fucking weirdo incels, dude. Why the fuck would I get a nose job? You motherfuckers will see, like, motherfuckers see my eye bags from not sleeping because I'm, like, working insane hours and be like, oh, it must be a nose job. Straight incel shit, my guy. Boom. Gone.
in the Middle East, if you ask.
I remember when they were elected just last year. We weren't hearing any of this stuff. I mean, they were saying this stuff. A lot of us had high expectations that Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, having a Palestinian American woman, having a Muslim woman in a headscarf in Congress would change the conversation. But the irony is, it's because of the bad faith attacks on them, the disingenuous attacks, the smears, accusing them of being anti-Semites, accusing them of being supporters of terrorism, accusing them of being anti-American. It's always that put the spotlight on them and then backfired, because you put the spotlight on two women.
The guy just made a question, dude. All right, I'm gonna give you 1 hour. If you don't recognize, like, listen, do you want me to do like 11-hour stun locks on fucking dumbass chatters who are 100% going to start off with like a little trickle in, like, is that a nose job, and then like continue to fucking ramp it up until I'm literally crying for fucking an hour, and you're in the chat like, please stop the stun lock, please stop the stun lock. No, that's why I banned him, and I'm moving on. There's a lot of new trolls in the fucking stream for some reason, and I don't know what it is, but I can tell. And I know when someone is like new around these parts. And that's why I'm just like preemptively banning them.
Who weren't going to take this shit. And we're actually going to come out and hold a press conference as they did yesterday and speak emotionally, passionately in that way to humanize the Palestinian people, to humanize refugees in the way that Ilhan and Rashid has done. So the attacks on them have backfired from Trump downwards. I know that Donald Trump and his advisors think this is going to be our election campaign, and yes, it will help them energize their racist MAGA base. I get all that. But in the long run, this has opened doors and made people there are people, there are centrists. Let's go back to the liberals, Hasan. There are liberal supporters of Israel, the PEPs, the progressives except Palestine, the people who are lefty on every issue except when it comes to Israel. There are those people who want it to be a bipartisan issue. They don't want to say anything more than, I support a two-state solution. We'll have that one day with a peace process. And they don't want to have this uncomfortable conversation about occupation, about boycotts, about the dehumanization of Palestinian people, both in the Middle East and here in the United States. And these guys, these two women, by doing this, have totally transformed the conversation. And I'm not sure that liberal supporters of Israel can put the genie back in the bottle now.
Yeah. Speaking,
I mean, this was like,
of which, by the way,
this was kind of predictive of the future. Like we had this conversation back on August 23rd, 2019. August 23rd, 2019. And we were talking about the changing tides. And now, I hate to change subject, but what would you do if Ilhan Omar, being the only Democrat to vote against sanctions on Turkey? Okay, then don't change the subject. You don't hate to change the subject. Here, take a day off. Think about what you did.
Way. Speaking of like anti-Semitism coming from the right that often falls on deaf ears by those people like Ben Shapiro who constantly claim that like everyone's being anti-Semitic. Yeah, Trump is a gigantic anti-Semite. Recently, while we were having this conversation, a few minutes before we went live, Trump said on Omar and Tlaib, any Jewish people that vote for a Democrat, I think that either shows a total lack of knowledge or great disloyalty. So 75% of American Jews who vote Democrat are either ignorant and or disloyal, which, by the way, literally dual loyalty, which is anti-Semitic trope. Yeah. But again, if you're a friend to Israel, if you're a supporter of Israel, you can say as much anti-Semitic shit as you want, and it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter. Anyone who is in opposition to Israel, though, any sort of criticism will immediately be considered anti-Semitic. Anyway, this very trope came up in 2000 when Lieberman was on the ballot. How is it anti-Semitic when Ben Shapiro said the same thing? Bad Jews, KW. Oh, that's it. That's fucking anti-Semitic. Thank you for nuking the people that are like different voice, different voice. Yes, different voice sounds different on different microphones, chatters. This is how it works. Yes, I am familiar that there's a Channel 5 video. It's right here. We will watch it eventually. Please shut the fuck up. Okay?
There was some other shit that I wanted to say about fucking this Mark Ruffalo situation, but I guess this is all I have for the time being, okay? Like, how does it feel to have 30,000 children? It's usually wonderful. It's oftentimes wonderful. I'm incredibly fucking fortunate. Incredibly fortunate that I have we've all been able to build a community like this that is tolerant, that is open-minded, that cares about the plight of marginalized peoples, that also fucking regulates relatively well. Of course, much of that has to do with our sick moderation team as well. So I'm it is good. I think it's great. I mean, there's a fuckload of trolling that goes on here, which sucks, but open-minded hates British people, though. This is true. Just kidding. I love British people. I'm literally in the process of interviewing a Brit right here. British person.
That is anti-Semitism.
That
Ben
is
Shapiro,
indeed.
Yeah,
And
Ben Shapiro's done this
you
too.
mentioned Shapiro. He said the similar things. Yeah, if you're not a real Jew, if you're a liberal or a leftist. Well, it's interesting about Trump. First of all, let me say two things in response to that tweet, which I hadn't seen. The two things I would say is, number one, with Trump, it's always projection, right? Whenever he says something, it's really related to him.
Yeah.
So when he says, oh, if you're anti-Semitic, voting for Democrat, actually it's the exact reverse. You would argue anyone who votes for Donald Trump and the Republican Party in this age of white nationalism, in an age where people are going into synagogues and shooting them, and we now have Republican talking points leaked to the press, which show that they're told not to talk about white nationalism at all and just talk about the left, basically endangering Jews in synagogues across the United States. Yeah, why would you vote for that party when you have people like Steve Scalise who says I'm David Duke without the baggage, when you have people like Kevin McCarthy who says Jewish billionaires are trying to buy the Democratic elections, when you have people like Louis Gohmert who's obsessed with George Soros, or Matt Gaetz who invites Holocaust terrorists to State of the Union. That is the modern Republican Party. It's basically a white nationalist party now. So yes, I would ask why the 25% of Jews who vote Republican still vote Republican. But what's interesting is the second point I'd make, Hasan, is this is not a new conversation. The Republicans for several years now have been trying to peel off American Jews and get them to vote Republican. We saw that with Romney. We saw that. Remember when Huckabee said Barack Obama is leading Jews to the oven? Do you remember that?
Yeah. Also, fucking Bibi Netanyahu literally was just like kept routinely saying, because of the Iran denuclearization deal, which was probably Barack Obama's signature foreign policy accomplishment, that he was an incredible threat to Israel's existence, the most anti-Semitic fucking administration ever, despite the fact that the Biden-Bama Democrat literally turned around and gave Bibi Netanyahu and Israel $38 billion on their way out.
Yeah. Ridiculous, cheapening the Holocaust there. No one called him an anti-Semite at the time on the right. That was all part of this obsession with why are these Jews voting for Barack Obama when he's throwing Israel under the bus? He wasn't throwing Israel under the bus. He gave Israel more weapons than any president in modern history. But also, he also got more votes. I think this is true. He got more votes, Barack Obama, from Jews than any human being in the history of mankind. No human being on earth has had no Israeli prime minister has had more Jewish votes than Barack Obama got. So it didn't work with Obama. I don't think it's going to work with the next presidential candidate. I will laugh my head off if Bernie Sanders is a Democratic presidential candidate and Trump decides to use anti-Semitism as his card against the first Jewish presidential candidate in American history.
100% that's coming. I mean, there is a reason why you can tie a direct line, like you can draw a direct line from cultural Bolshevism and cultural Marxism, which are fascist dog whistles historically used and created by Nazis, to the modern day Republican Party and their messaging and how similar it is. Sometimes literally the exact same.
By the way, remember Democratic Majority for Israel PAC was the first super PAC that attacked Bernie Sanders and literally attacked them. Created by the same people that fucking, this is why I'm a bravophobic person, by the way. Created by the same people that fucking criticize Corbyn in the UK, that turned around and like built the Democratic Majority for Israel PAC to criticize Bernie Sanders and call him anti-Semitic. They did that.
When they talk about
Soros.
Yeah, George Soros. It's like immigration is a Jewish conspiracy to destroy like Western civilization or destroy like white heteromasculinity or heteronormativity in this country. Like these are Nazi ideals, and it's brought up to the mainstream. And a lot of people benefit from, like a lot of white nationalists and Nazis benefit from the white supremacy that is a part of our institutions, that has historically been a part of our institutions, and the white nativist messaging that you hear from our institutions right now, whether it be media or literal politicians.
I don't know who that dude in the Hawaiian shirt is, but he's spitting. Yeah, dude, he really is. Who the fuck is that guy?
What's so interesting about Trump and Netanyahu is that they've done so much to mainstream white supremacy and are so unapologetic about it that in fact they've pushed probably more American Jews away from the Republican Party, and they've pushed more Americans in general away from Israel. So I said this the other night when I think I was on MSNBC, and I made this point. I said Trump and Netanyahu are the greatest recruiting sergeants for BDS and the boycott movement. That's the great irony. By making Israel a partisan, not a bipartisan issue, by being so nakedly colonial and racist in their approach to the Palestinians and the entire Middle East, it basically, the cover's off. And it forces those liberals who head behind this whole two-state solution, which is no longer on the cards, to really come out and say, well, where do you stand on Palestinian human rights? Why are you opposing Trumpian racism at home, but okay with Netanyahu in racism abroad?
Yeah, no, that's always been a remarkable dichotomy where it's like, but it happens. It happens with neoliberal justifications of the exploitation of the global poor as well. If it's exploitation abroad, then liberals who normally would be like, what are we doing about the American working class? Like, what about the white working class? Will quite frequently engage in practices that directly justify the wholesale exploitation of the global poor, and that's fine because it's abroad. It's liberation for me, but not for thee. Kind of similar to how traditional conservatives, right, or tradcast, traditional Catholics, and like a lot of these right-wing nationalists or these right-wing radicals who want traditionalist values for the white people that they consider to be a part of their in-group, but then will turn around and use that traditionalism to attack Muslims and say, well, they're just not integrating. They're just not integrating fast enough into our culture. Exactly. It's like, what do you mean? Ilhan Omar is like defending trans rights when the Republican administration is doing everything they can to attack trans people to make their lives much worse in this country, whether it be like the trans military ban or like fighting against the Obama era rules that allowed trans people to seek shelter in homeless shelters, like undoing that rule, or allowing medical professionals on religious reasons to stop treating trans individuals or members of the LGBT community. These are all right-wing ideas. And ironically, they are similar to the fundamentalist right-wing conservative Muslims, which a lot of liberals try to paint the entirety of the Muslim religion, entirety of Islam and followers of Islam as. So, it's a weird situation.
No, I wasn't using contact lenses. I just don't. I literally just hate the way that I used to hate the way that I look with glasses. I still kind of do, but I just got used to it. So I would never wear glasses, and I just wouldn't see. Close your fab top. That's my old fab top. So, speaking of fucking horrible tweets, okay, I'm afraid I'm gonna have to do it to him. Sorry, Cenk. Okay, sorry, Uncle, but god damn, dude, this shit is so bad. I'm just gonna briefly mention it because it's so whack. Okay. Where is it? Where is it? Oh my god, he is just like. Wait, Hank deleted. Hank Green deleted his tweet. He responded to Hank Green. Okay, well, before we do that, I don't know what the fuck the Hank Green tweet was because he deleted it, but here you go, boys. Cenk. He goes, Israelis and Palestinians kill each other over which sky god they pretend to speak to, and it's politically incorrect to point out that there is no human god, let alone one that favors Jews or Muslims. All this violence over the equivalent of which character they like better in the MCU, the Marvel Cinematic Universe. So this is like straight up not only is this like a r/atheist take, which is why so many fucking idiots in my chat are like, base, 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 base. You sound like Sam Harris. I love you. But also, it is so insanely reductive to claim that this is like a conflict that is simply about religion, okay, and religious beliefs. But the worst offense here, aside from, you know, the random MCU mention, okay, is Israelis and Palestinians kill each other over which sky god, as though there is like as though these are two competing forces that have the same like near equal power in this conflict. Like, as though it's just like Palestinians are like, yo, fuck Jews because they believe in Judaism, like that's why we want to kill them. And then Israel's like, fuck Muslims because they believe in Allah and that's why we want to kill them. And they're like killing one another over and over again. Is this more about land, power, and colonialism? Of course, I already had and won that debate with Sam Harris many years ago. But if you think both sides don't fervently believe they're supported by the sky god that doesn't drive them, you're kidding yourself. Terrible, terrible fucking take, and doesn't even address what I was saying. This is not an equal, like, this is not a both sides issue. Okay? You can have, like, yes, are there religious justifications made by members of both sides? Certainly. Okay? But the Palestinian plight is not, we own this land because this land should be given to the Muslims. The Palestinian plight revolves around the Israeli colonization. The Israeli colonial project is murdering us. Please stop occupying this territory and murdering my fucking family. Okay? That's so, it's so silly. Dayı means uncle in Turkish. I just said uncle ... It's so strange that he made a comment like this. Like, it's like, it just reeks of like, I just watched Religulous and now I'm fucking woke. Like, my mind expanded to unfathomable levels. You know what I mean? Straight up like a 2007 r/atheist edgelord. And you've all been there. Some of you are still there, which is why you're like, based! What a base take! It's like literally Bill Maher type beat. This is a Bill Maher type fucking joke. For what it matters, my dayah used to step outside the dining room to fart loudly as if we couldn't hear him. We all pretended we hadn't. However, just in case, mother of the pillow. Okay, I'm not gonna murder my uncle. I still love him, but ever feel like you should leave a tweet in the drafts overnight and see how you feel about it in the morning? Don had a really funny take. I can understand your frustration as a person from that region, so I won't make fun of your joke. Not my place to correct you, even though I'm a Christian. My God tells me this is the worst tweet of all time. Anyway, it's just like, why do people defend religion? I don't get it. Religion plays a role in this conflict, but my criticism of this tweet is that my criticism of this fucking tweet is not even about like how religion takes center stage in the conflict. It's as though like Muslim Palestinians are trying to murder Jewish Israelis because they're Jewish, and not that like one side is literally fucking doing apartheid and genocide. Okay? It's just crazy. You think the IDF won't kill Palestinians if they're atheists? Yeah, like... Delete Reddit from your uncle's phone. I give you my blessing to steal that for a tweet. Religion bad, guys. We got it. Religion bad, boys. You fucking did it. You saved it. You saved the region. You stopped the conflict. Anyway, it's just fucking annoying. What was the Hank Green tweet that he actually responded to, I wonder? Everyone on cable news all day, so-called journalists, are engaged in absurd kabuki theater where they claim politicians and principles engage in debate. Okay, that's true. Did the Abrahamic God not know about the Chinese, or did he not care? What? If Biden doesn't try to lower prescription drug prices, there's no nuance left in the world, let alone on Twitter. You either think Biden's going to be the next FDR, and we just have to be patient with him, probably until his term is over, or you think, haha, I should have voted for Trump, as if Trump is going to cancel student debt. Yeah, people that say, like, people that fucking come to me and say, like, well, you voted for Biden, and you advocated a vote for Biden are so fucking dumb. Like, even when I did that, I still said Biden is not like someone you can convince, and he's still going to be a centrist liberal. I know this. Like, that's your candidate. Yeah, dude, I was so stoked on Joe Biden. Anyway. Unrelated, but are you going to hang out in the hot tub with Amaranth when you're in Texas? No. You should get Rudy Rockman on. It would be interesting to watch. I don't know who the fuck that is, but everyone keeps telling me to watch his videos. Hank, there's no winning. In fighting for Palestinians, I've been called every name there is. People also said I was too loud in calling out the vicious oppression of the occupation. Yes, I loudly denounced the absolute absurdity of religion. Whispering it hasn't helped either. I'm keeping this up because it's also true. No, you're never going to explain all of a complicated situation in one tweet, and thinking that a tweet is the whole sum of a person's thoughts is also absurd, but people denying that religion is a major factor dividing us are just wrong. If you think religion is the only reason for the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, that's unsophisticated, but if you think religion has no part, that's pseudo-intellectualism. Huge numbers on both sides believe God is with them and will defeat the others, and this insanity does drive them. I mean, the way I think about it is like, look, I'm not a religious person, okay? I'm not a religious person at all. But like, if God has no basis in this argument, then who gives a fuck which side thinks God is on their side? Like, why even bring that up? You are probably atheist too. Why so much hatred towards atheists? Your uncle included. It's okay to take from him, honestly. I don't have any issue with fucking agnostic people or atheist people. I have an issue with people who are like unironically preaching the gospel of atheism and like being annoying dipshits about it non-fucking stop. Like, it's so stupid. It's so dumb. Like yelling at fucking yelling at people for their religious indoctrination, especially if it doesn't harm anyone. And it's like just their point of view is so stupid. Is one tweet nonstop? What? I'm not talking about Cenk. I'm just talking. Oh, you mean the chatter said it's nonstop? Or wait, you think I think Cenk is doing this nonstop? No, I'm talking about fucking anti-theists who just like are Sam Harris cutouts. especially in an instance where like fucking Israel is like relentlessly and mercilessly bombing the living fuck out of Palestinian babies. And then you're like, oh, it's because they believe in sky gods. Like, that's such a fucking crazy take, dude. Like, absolutely unacceptable take. I'm sorry. Which is why I always factor in the r/atheism cringe shit. Anyway. Okay, militant anti-theists suck. Yeah, they're so fucking annoying and cringe. Anyway, let's get back to regular cringe, though. Ben Shabibo. Marjorie Taylor Greene recently came out and said that vaccinated employees get a vaccination logo, just like the Nazis enforced Jewish people to wear a gold star. Vaccine passports and mass mandates create discrimination against unvaxxed people who trust their immune systems to a virus that is 99% survivable. And Ben Shabibo said, this is demented nonsense. Nothing like the Holocaust. Any comparison thereto is both insulting and insane. True. This is an insulting and insane fucking comparison to the Holocaust. I talked about this briefly on the podcast earlier today, but it's like, you're kind of making it seem like the worst part about the Holocaust was just that, you know, Jewish homies just couldn't see their friends because they had to, you know, avoid one another in an effort to you know, like it was just inconveniencing Jews. Like the Holocaust was inconveniencing Jews or something. Like it is so psychotic. Yeah, man. The worst thing about the Holocaust was when I was like, when I had to sit in an attic because I was, you know, doing social distancing. And, you know, not the fucking genocide on the other side. So then Ben, of course, turns around and says, I've also noticed that the media attention on MTG is bizarrely nutso. Holocaust analogy are completely silent by the squad's de facto support for genocidal anti-Jewish terrorist group Hamas. So he was like, I can't have a good take ever. I have to follow that up with a fucking psychotic take, which he did. Like, every single person has been like, Hamas bad, Hamas bad, Hamas bad. But it doesn't matter. He's like, de facto support for anti-Jewish genocidal terrorist group Hamas. Yeah, dude. Oh my God, conservatives. This is a blind spot for you, Ben. Anything that makes you feel like someone isn't in full reverence to Israel and the Jewish people puts you on the defensive. Othering is othering. It's part of the dehumanization process. It happened in World War II and it's happening now. Here's what I gotta say to conservatives that like unironically think that they're being otherized or dehumanized because they don't want to get vaccinated. Shut the fuck up, pussy. Okay? You fucking pussy ass, snowflake ass, whiny ass, goo goo gaga ass baby, dude. I'm being otherized. Like, shut the fuck up. Suck my fucking dick, dude. Fucking just eat shit, okay? Fuck you. Go goo goo gaga somewhere else, you dumb conservative bitch. God damn, dude. These motherfuckers are such babies. Like, me. You're otherizing me. You deserve to be fucking otherized. How about that? Barely functioning organism, dude. Look at this shit. Literally, like, can't even cross two wires together to fucking put together a credible, cohesive thought. Are all conservatives motherfuckers who are scared to admit they're scared of needles? Like, you're bullying him now? 100%. 100%. I am. I'm not bullying them on the basis of like something that they can't change about themselves. I'm bullying them on the basis of their fucking relentless ignorance that is genuinely causing harm. Okay? Legitimately causing harm. I am. Like, it's fucking ridiculous. Like, shut the fuck up, idiot. You're otherizing me. Like, shut the fuck up, bitch. Yo, this like academic language was already fucking annoying to begin with. Like, Not everything is toxic. Not everything is fucking problematic. Not everything is otherizing or dehumanizing. Even though if you ask motherfuckers on Twitter, like literally everything, you can't just like be an asshole, okay? You can't be just an asshole. You have to be a gaslighting, toxic masculine the otherizer, okay? No, you're an asshole. Some people are just fucking assholes, okay? Like, you don't have to make it sound way worse by, like, bastardizing academic language. And if you do that, then fucking the CIA is going to take over and straight up use it, okay? So those words don't really mean anything anymore. Congratulations, because the fucking CIA uses it. Yeah, not everything is fucking trauma. It's like, trauma is a specific medical fucking term. Oh, dude, I got trauma from gaslighting. It's like, what happened? Oh, my mom said I was gonna get the pepperoni hot pockets, but instead I got the cheddar hot pockets, the ham and cheddar hot pockets. It's like, what? Dude, if you're getting PTSD from a Twitter post, you need to be locked away. Like, you need to be under 24-hour surveillance, dude. God damn. Shit. That's ableism, of course. Fuck. Bro, who said anarchists? I mean, anarchists do this shit all the time. It's like... It's very problematic that you're making light of the self-observed trauma people experience. Exactly. I am fucking problematic. That shit pisses me off, dude. Guess what, motherfucker? Sorry. More people agree with me than you, and most likely they will never agree with you because it's fucking crazy. It's literally crazy that, like, every single small fucking experience that you've ever had is inflated in your incredibly entitled, incredibly individualistic point of view, and that automatically it's like one of the worst offenses that has ever been committed. God damn, dude. Anyway, are you going to the Palestine protest in DC on Friday? Yeah, dude, I'm flying to Washington, DC. Many people agreeing on something doesn't make it right. Oh, no, I know. I know it doesn't make it right. Makes me feel good, though. It makes me feel good, and I know it fucking frustrates people that absolutely want that kind of point of view to be mainstream, and it hurts their feelings. So, you know, it's a double whammy for me. And the worst part about it, and this is the last thing I'm going to say before moving on to the absolute worst thing, like, Bret Stephens articles make me advocate for forcible removal of Canadian conservatives from the country. Okay? I'm just going to come out and say it. But before I do that, literally sound like a conservative. Yeah, I know, homophone too. I guess I am. Before I talk about that, what the fuck else was I going to say about the last thing I was going to say about it? Oh, the last thing I was going to say about it is that, like, you yourself aren't the person you claim to be on the internet. Like, 0 people are that fucking annoying all the time and conduct themselves in that same way. You all have problematic faves, Sweaty. You all fucking have, like, reactionary takes from time to time amongst your fucking friends. It's a normal part of being human. We're complex individuals, and we all have privileged blind spots. And what you're supposed to do is recognize the intersectionality of privileged blind spots that you may or may not have and work against them, okay? And not hyper-focus on the minutia and the day-to-day conversations that people have and make your aesthetic preference for language into this, like, woke conquest, as though, like, calling motherfuckers out like this is actually going to genuinely improve the lives of anyone, okay? I'm sorry. Writing that, like, going outside, go outside, sweetie, is ableist is not gonna fucking solve ableism. It's not doing anything. You're just hearing your own fucking voice, or saying that, like, actually making fun of people who are picky eaters is ableist. Like, that's ridiculous. That's a ridiculous take, dude. Okay. Now, before I give this a spin and, like, start saying some shit again about conservative Canadians and how they should be forcibly removed from their homes and sent back to their own countries. I'm just kidding. It's top of the hour, so I'm gonna run a 60-second ad break here, okay? Anyway, oh no, keep them there. As a Canadian, we don't want them here. No, take them back, dude. I mean, it's kind of fucked up to make fun of an autistic person for being a picky eater, but it's just a general statement. It's not as bad. I mean, yeah, I'm a picky eater, motherfucker. I don't eat any seafood. Like, make fun of me all goddamn day, every goddamn day, okay? That shit's crazy. Like, that's what I'm talking about. We're not talking about, like, someone with, like, a very obvious, or even hidden disability, okay? Which prevents them from eating certain foods. Anyway, I'm here from YouTube. I just want to say good stuff. Please don't stop doing the Italian accent on the Mario playthrough. Please, please, please. Per favore. Non sequitur, where you got shouted out by Chelsea Manning on the Brejoy's Gray's Bad Faith podcast. Hell yeah. Bro, deadass, someone called me ableist like a week ago because they asked Regs to ban them from for an hour to study and couldn't turn off Discord themselves. Shut up. Oh my god, my fucking Discord is such a mess, dude. Okay, here's the ad now. Your gluten-free jokes are ableist to celiac sufferers? Oh, 100%. Okay, let's do this. I'm gonna fucking blow through this, okay? I'm gonna try to do my best here, all right? Which mod is your which mod do you like the most, Baba? I can't pick amongst my mods, dude. That's like picking through my fucking children. Are you crazy? Definitely not CMAC though. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Okay. In recent years, it has become an article of faith. Okay, first of all, let's start here, actually. Anti-Zionism is an anti-Semitism. Someone didn't get the memo. And then it's just a dude stepping on the Israeli flag. In recent years, it has become an article of faith on the progressive left that anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism and that it's slander to assume that someone who hates Israel also hates Jews. Not everyone got the memo. Not the people who, waving Palestinian flags and chanting death to Jews, according to a witness, assaulted Jewish diners at a Los Angeles sushi restaurant. This story changes every time I hear it. For the record. Like, every time I hear this story, there's like a different component that I was unaware of. Like Meghan McCain, when she was describing the story, said there were people who said, "Where are the Jews? I'm going to fight them." Okay. Then Bret Stephens is now saying that the Palestinian people were chanting "death to Jews" when they fucking were not. We saw the video. They were literally saying "Free Palestine," according to a witness. Assaulted Jewish diners at a Los Angeles sushi restaurant. Not the people who threw fireworks in New York's Diamond District. Not the people who brutally beat up a man wearing a yarmulke on Times Square. Not the people who drove through London slurring Jews and yelling rape their daughters. Not the people who gathered outside of a synagogue in Germany shouting slurs. So, a question I have is, I wonder why these stories all get lumped in with one another, and they are all anti-Semitic attacks. That is the truth, so you can lump them in. But, like, you're lumping them in as though, like, all of these people and all of these stories are equal when you try to make a political point that, like, this demonstrates that, like, the Free Palestine movement is anti-Semitic, when, like, for example, the synagogue one is literally neo-Nazis. Like, that's neo-Nazis. Those are neo-Nazis. They are not supporters of Palestine, okay? Oh, sorry. Anti-Semitism exists, so I guess we can't criticize Israel. My bad, dude. Let's stop right now. Fucking idiot. Also, not getting the memo are the people who have tweeted the hashtag Hitler was right, including someone who now works for the BBC, along with the hashtag COVID-1948, a suggestion that Israel's a virus that needs to cure Hamas's rockets as a vaccine. Apparently, these hashtags count. Where? I've never seen these hashtags. Anyway, okay. Again, I gotta repeat myself, but it's anti-Semitic people exist, which means that you can't criticize Israel. Sorry, I don't make the rules. Apparently, this hashtag counts as legitimate political speech at Twitter, a company whose objections to bigotry are otherwise so strong that it once banned a Canadian feminist for the sin of tweeting remarks about a transgender woman like men aren't women. So, hold on. I thought that Bret Stephens was anti-cancel culture and anti-freedom of speech. I thought he was pro-free speech and anti-cancel culture, but now he's saying, like, now he's asking for more censorship, which I agree with, by the way, for the record. I just want to make sure. Okay. In this storm of hate, political leaders such as Mayor Eric Garcetti of Los Angeles, Biden, Prime Minister Boris Johnson of Britain have issued appropriate statements of condemnation. On CNN, correspondent Brianna, like, it's great when I hear President Biden, who has said, like, nearly almost zero things about Palestinians beyond, like, Israel has a right to defend itself. And, like, come on, there's deaths on both sides, Jack. Cut the malarkey. And then literally fucking hyped up one side with material support. Then turns around and issues this statement about anti-Semitism. It just kind of shows, like, one, anti-Semitism is not supposed to be like the other side of the argument of anti-Zionism, because, you know, Zionism is not the best interest of all Jews, despite attempts and efforts by Zionists to make it seem like that is the case. Okay? It's wonderful to hear these people just, like, never really rush to ever condemn Israel, but then are like, anti-Semitism is a gigantic problem, which it is. But if you were an honest broker, if you cared about I don't know, minimizing anti-Semitism, like stopping anti-Semitism, then you would straight up mention that anti-Semitism is completely unacceptable. It is deep-seated hatred and bigotry that has been incredibly harmful, both historically and still very harmful to this day in contemporary Western societies as well. Okay? And it should not be brought up even in the same conversation with Israel. and the actions that the Israeli occupation takes against Palestinians, which they subject to an endless amount of cruelty and ethnic cleansing and ethnic displacement. But if there's been a massive online campaign of progressive allyship with the Jews, I've missed it. If corporate executives have sent out workplace memos expressing concern for the safety of Jewish employees, I've missed it. If academic associations have issued public letters denouncing the use of anti-Semitic tropes by pro-Palestinian activists, I've missed them. So, first of all, that is happening. And secondly, if this is pro-Palestine versus like anti-Semitism in the way that they're portraying this, like, and if this is truly a both sides issue, then why are these people brutalizing the other side, or rather never mentioning the other side? Also, doesn't Bret Stephens think that like this is like critical race theory and all this sorts of like liberal nonsense is ruining corporate culture and corporate America, which is supposed to be disassociated from politics? Why is it that conservatives, like, who literally routinely fucking say like, don't do racial sensitivity training, that's bullshit, that's pussy shit, do not do racial sensitivity training, that's fucking bullshit communist propaganda, then literally turn around and like, why isn't there more racial sensitivity training about anti-Semitism? What the fuck? Which also occurs, and it should occur, by the way. Why? It almost feels like you have a specific category of individuals that you care about, and then individuals that you don't care about. It's very weird. It's a curious silence, and in the land of inclusiveness, Jews are denied inclusion. Yeah, totally. One response to the... Yeah, I love it when racial sensitivity training does not feature anti-Semitism. Yeah. You need to be white passing? Yeah. It's so odd to just make this statement on the New York fucking Times. Dog, as a New York Times columnist, I'm sure he literally had to go through racial sensitivity training at some point, right? Like, did he not learn about anti-Semitism in those racial sensitivity trainings? One response to the attacks that I have seen coming from the left is the attacks on Jews are wrong because an American, a British, German should not be held responsible for the actions of the state of Israel. That's true and fine as far as it goes, but it doesn't go far enough. Would the assaults in Los Angeles and New York have been more justifiable if the victims had been Israeli citizens or even, say, Israeli diplomats? No. Is hatred of an entire country and threats or violence? Well, wait, hold on. If hatred of an entire country or threats of violence or to its people acceptable as long as the hate is untainted by some other prejudice? Wait, but no one is saying that it's like acceptable. No one has said that, like, dude, go beat up Israeli people. What are you doing? So why is Bret Stephens just making up a totally fucking ridiculous non sequitur here? It is especially despicable when Israel is singled out in ways that apply to no other country. Oh, here we go. I love this. Yes, Israel is literally singled out in ways that apply to no other country. And that is when it comes to unconditional fealty and support by our legislative branch. Okay? Straight up. Like, even Saudi Arabia doesn't get this kind of fucking protection for the American government. Like, it's the truth. You can call me anti-Semitic all you fucking want. It's literally the truth. Okay? Beyond that, it is fucking psychotic to assume that America, Americans, the media, Western nations don't fucking criticize other countries routinely for their insane actions. To take just one example, when was the last time you heard of a campus demonstration or call for the boycotts and divestments in response to Turkey's 47-year occupation of northern Cyprus or its routine bombardment using American-made jets or Kurdish militants in Iraq? So here's the perfect whataboutism. It's like, first of all, plenty of fucking people criticize Turkey regularly, okay? Plenty of people criticize Turkey regularly. The American media absolutely is on the side of Kurdish militias. The American government is on the side of Kurdish militias. The American government criticizes the Turkish government, understandably, okay, because the Turkish government does warrant criticism. But regardless of all of this, what I never will understand is, aren't you admitting that what Turkey is doing is wrong, and therefore what Israel is doing is also wrong? So in your effort to find hypocrisy, you have basically demonstrated that what Israel is doing is wrong, just like what Turkey is doing is wrong. And I never understand this take. But again, this doesn't go far enough. The accusations made against Israel stealing Palestinian land, despite the fact that Israel vacated territory from which it subsequently attacked. Oh, I didn't know historic Palestine was vacated. That's crazy. News to me. And wanton violence against Palestinian civilians, particularly children, despite the fact that Israel regularly warned its targets to vacate buildings before targeting them. Oh shit, yeah. I wonder if Bret Stephens would be comfortable with this if, like, I don't know, a much more powerful military force was like, hey, Bret, evacuate your house, and then they bombed it, and then and then his kids died. Like, how would he have a take on this? Can't help but make me think of ancient libels about Jewish greed and bloodlust. Motherfucker said, Israel's apartheid. I mean, this is the long way to just, this is a long ass way to say, calling out Israel's brutal occupation is blood libel. Which is the ultimate, like, the ultimate fucking defense card, which literally, in my opinion, and this is a controversial take, I'm gonna let you know, but this is why people literally go to the other side and become fucking anti-Semitic. Okay? You can't take legitimate truths. You can't take legitimate truths and then use very real and very fucking awful things that have happened to Jewish people throughout history and then delegitimize the horrible things that have happened throughout history. That's crazy. Like, you are literally delegitimizing something that is horrible. Also, isn't Israel unique in its occupation? No other conflict besides South Africa had similarities, and one is essentially over, so to speak. Yeah. Bret Stephens' secret of the Jewish genius. Also, echoing ancient liberals or ancient libels is the idea that 11 days of fighting between Israel and Hamas, 11 days of fighting between Israel and Hamas, somehow constitute a unique global horror, even as the world barely takes notice of the Taliban's murder this month of 85 people at a school in Kabul. The anti-Semitic worldview is just Judeo-centric. So here's the fucking wonderful part about this. Okay? The real reason why, and I'm gonna be honest with you, the real reason why this doesn't get play in the media, just like Israel's occupation doesn't get play in the media until recently, until this recent act of like crazy amounts of fucking violence that they subject the Palestinians to, is because it's brown people killing one another, or the victims are predominantly brown and Muslim. Okay? Israel's occupation gets favorable coverage from Western media because the victims are Muslim. That's just the fucking truth. I'm sorry. There's a bunch of different reasons for it beyond that, but that's literally part of the reason. And the reason why the Taliban's bombing campaigns and murders don't get any coverage whatsoever is because it's brown people killing other brown people. Because no one gives a fuck about that. I find that wonderful, though, that, like, he's equating the actions of the IDF to the Taliban. So, you know, that's when you do a what about black on black violence but, like, you end up hurting your own cause there. Motherfucker said, what about brown on brown violence while simultaneously, like, trying to deflect away from, you know, Israeli violence against Palestinians. Very cool. We agree. This ought to be whistling loudly in the ears of progressives who claim to be horrified by every form of prejudice. Instead, they have indulged an anti-Israel movement that keeps descending into the crudest forms of anti-Semitism. They remind me of a certain kind of Trump voter who would occasionally voice disgust at his most outrageous behavior. Yeah, dude. I love that. Okay, here's what Bret Stephens shouldn't have done. Mention Donald Trump, who 71% of Israelis love and adore for his literal actions in Israel. Why would you even remind people that, like, the greatest ally as a president in the history of modern times is Donald Trump, as far as, like, Israeli allegiance with presidencies goes? Why would you bring that up, you fucking idiot? You're supposed to push that aside. You're supposed to not mention that, like, these horrifying anti-Semites always somehow end up siding with the Israeli government in its actions. That's great, though. Only to come back into alignment with him a few days later. After a while, it becomes clear that the outrage is cheap, and it simply isn't. If it isn't simply fake, progressives will have to come to their own reckoning about what to do about the burgeoning anti-Semitism in their midst. As for Jews, they should take the events of the last few days less as an outrage than as an omen. Dude, liberals are such fucking pathetic little cowardly babies if they unironically read this and go, oh my God. And they do. They do. Any mention of the humanity of Palestinians should be treated with the utmost contempt. Because obviously, when you mention the humanity of Palestinians and their struggle and talk about liberating and ending the occupation and liberating these people, these humans, supposedly, allegedly, you are being an anti-Semitic person. You are being an anti-Semite. That's the fucking TLDR of this article, amongst many others. Okay? Also, your take isn't really that hot. My hyper-Zionist mom straight the fuck up said that increases in anti-Semitism further legitimizes Israel. It's essentially the perpetual cycle of fascist fear. She wants me to go to Israel because of anti-Semitism, when all I want is to be happy in the U.S. Shit sucks, homie. Anyway. I mean, dude, you're fine. Like, listen. Listen, anti-Semitism is a problem. It is certainly a problem, and it's a growing issue in America, okay? But, like, if you're a Jewish person living in America, like, you're in a good situation. Don't worry, okay? Like, it's not like an ever-present threat that's going to rip you from your home and murder you. Okay? I'll say the same thing about Muslims too. Muslims already know that. Islamophobia is routine and normalized in a way that anti-Semitism is not, right? Like, there's never been a fucking ban on all Jews coming into the United States, but there has been a ban on Muslims coming in from Muslim countries. So, you know, it's not, even in that circumstance, though, most Muslims recognize that they are probably in a better situation here than they would be if they were fucking back home and getting bombed by American gunners and laser-guided missiles. I haven't watched a new thing yet. the new Channel 5 video yet. So what I think is like, I mean, I don't know. There is something like there is I think a lot of the legitimate fear that people feel straight up stems from accounts like the one that we were looking at yesterday, where they're just like, you should be fearful when you see Free Palestine because that means that they want to kill Jews. Like, that's crazy. You're breeding hostility, and you're unironically saying like a liberation movement should fucking terrify you. A movement that recognizes the humanity of those who have been oppressed in under the Israeli colonialist rule. That movement should terrify you. That means that they're gonna fucking murder you. Like, that is psychotic. That is a psychotic thing to fucking say. And we should remind ourselves that it is not dissimilar. It is no different than white people constantly trying to terrify other white people about Black Lives Matter. Being like, black people are going to come to your neighborhoods and fucking rape you and kill you and burn your buildings down. Because they're saying Black Lives Matter. Okay? We're not doing okay in America. Feels weird, man. I mean, dude, I'm sorry, but if you fucking see the words free parking and think it's Free Palestine and you shudder in your boots as though some fucking random roving gang of like random Free Palestine supporters are going to come find you as a Jewish person, rip you out of your home and beat the shit out of you, like, that demonstrates that you have been terrified into this position by someone. Like, what the fuck? How do we stop with the not all Gentiles take that many people use as a response to recent anti-Semitism and actually protect Jews who have nothing to do with the horrors Israel subjects Palestinians to? I mean, the only thing you could do is protect their own, like, protect their fucking communities. Like, I don't know what else to say. Educate people when they say anti-Semitic shit. That's it. What else can I say about this? Gentile, sorry, not genteel. Thank you for seeing the truth and how much I support Israel and stand against the left's support for Hamas terrorists. Look, you moron, nobody supported Israel in the recent conflict with Hamas more than Marjorie Taylor Greene. Her analogy may not have been perfect, but you seriously need to get a grip, you feckless cunt. Pelosi is the villain here. Oh my God. The Simple Patriot said this about Kevin McCarthy. Nice, brother. He's in a simple. I love it, dude. Gentiles wilding out, dude. We got some fucking wild goy infighting here. Christian Zionists eating their own here. I don't give a fuck that she said there's Jew space lasers. That might be true, brother. She might be speaking truth to power. You don't know. You don't know if they got them Jew space lasers that did the fire in California. But she's supporting Israel. Shut the fuck up. Something weird is going on PragerU. The PragerU guy and Ben Shapiro. Why did they do this? The thing is, where were these people when Muslims were attacked, killed, raped, and fired from their jobs after 9/11? I don't remember anyone from my community or any of these celebrities and figures condemning these attacks. I mean, that's not even true. There were condemnations, but ultimately, like, Islamophobia was the norm, and it still is. It just is. But it shouldn't deter you from being better than others, especially if you've been subjected to Islamophobia as a Muslim person. Like, you know better. And that's why you should never do that to others. You should never do that to others across the board. It's honestly sad how my self-proclaimed liberal Jewish family has unconditional support for Israel. My mom told me that if Palestinians don't accept Israel, they shouldn't have water or electricity. Yeah, that's like, it's normalized to have, like, look, when the occupation, when the colonial project and the occupation is completely fucking normalized, you're gonna have people who consider themselves to be liberal otherwise or progressive otherwise saying shit that actual Nazis would say. If you consistently find yourself saying, what about this? What about that? Maybe you're just engaging in whataboutism and don't want to fucking recognize or even talk about the issue at hand. And that's precisely what's going on.
Does this mean that there's no shortage of medicines, food supplies, or running water now?
During the 11 days of war, we did not run out of food, water, and supplies. We would have if Kerem Shalom and the border would have stayed closed. The border is open now since yesterday, and goods, supplies are coming back in. So from my point of view, there is no acute or serious shortage of medical supplies, food or water, as long as this now starts or continues to come in.
Israeli officials claim that the IDF bombardments were very precise. What's your impression regarding this?
I'm not a military expert, but I would not dispute that. I also have the impression that there is a huge sophistication in the way the Israeli military struck over the last 11 days. So that's not my issue. My issue is another one. I've had many colleagues describe to me that they feel that in comparison to the 2014 war, this time the strikes felt much more vicious in terms of their impact. So yes, they didn't hit, with some exceptions, civilian targets, but the viciousness, ferocity of the strikes was heavily felt.
Don't we have any uplifting news today? Eventually, we'll get to it. This was pretty funny. When you want to write about redistricting, but your editor says no one will click on it, so you write SoCal Pop Phenom, Olivia Rodrigo's home congressional district could be reshaped in post-2020 census reappointment. Olivia Rodrigo's home in Southern California could be reshaped after the 2020 census. The 18-year-old singer and actress just released her debut album, Sour, to massive critical acclaim. Both Los Angeles County and Riverside County, where Rodrigo is from, will see districts shifted. It's like, it even fucking draws a line from one of the songs. The next time Olivia Rodrigo drives through the suburbs, it could be in a different congressional district. I love this article, dude. It's so funny. It's like SpawnCon, yeah. What? The brilliant Palestine breakdown by Lowkey?
Israel has the right to self-defense. It's like saying Captain Cook when he planted the British flag in the Aboriginal nations of what would later become Australia was somehow self-defense.
Double Down News is great. I've shown you some of their videos before on this broadcast where they had like a lot of awesome lefty Jewish thinkers condemn the ridiculous propaganda from the reactionary news media about how Corbyn was anti-Semitic. Very good.
Of Britain. We are not living in a situation where Israel can be defined.
Hold on. I'm like a little worried though. They might have some fucking blood here. I gotta go through it slowly but surely, boys. I'm sorry. Who's this guy? Lowkey? No, I don't know who that is. I've never. Oh, there is some fucking blood. At 6:10. It's not about protecting you, you fucking jackasses. It's about fucking protecting me. I'm not an idiot. I don't think you're gonna fucking die if you see like a second of fucking blood in a photo. It's just Twitch thinks that you will. Like, Twitch literally thinks, like, if you see blood, you will just die. You will turn into a dead person automatically.
To say Israel has the right to self-defense is like saying Captain Cook when he planted the British flag in the Aboriginal nations of what would later become Australia was somehow self-defense of Britain. We are not living in a situation where Israel can be defined as defending itself. It controls what goes in and comes out of Gaza. It controls the electricity in Gaza. It controls the seas of Gaza. It controls the skies of Gaza. This is not about self-defense, and it never was. You are gaslighting the entire world, and we have had enough. This is not a battle between two equal sides. This is colonialism, settler colonialism in full effect. When you look at a place like Gaza, you are talking about 14 years of some of the most comprehensive sanctions that have ever existed in human history. When you look at the difference between a nuclear-armed, technologically advanced army armed by all of the great powers to people where somehow they find a way to resist their situation, there is zero parity in this context. So who are these combatants that Israel needs to defend itself from? A disabled man with his pregnant wife and their 3-year-old child in a Shartet refugee camp. 7 children were killed with their mothers by an Israeli airstrike. 11 of the children that were killed were already.
Yes, Gaza is the actual pronunciation, but like, I mean, it doesn't matter.
Receiving treatment for traumas that they had suffered in the wars of 2008, 2009, and 2014.
You see all of the kids around me? They're just kids. Why wouldn't you just send a missile to them and kill them? It's not fair.
The right of children to live is what we are talking about here. The right of children to live. They've bombed the Palestinian Children Relief Fund's offices, cafes, bookshops, media towers, schools, but also health facilities. 22 separate health facilities have been significantly damaged, including the only COVID lab in Gaza. Several doctors killed in their homes, doctors who were working on treating an already battered population in the middle of a pandemic. It's clear that there is no parity of arms, but even if there wasn't, there's no parity of power. One side is the occupier, the other side is the occupied. It's a key understanding at the United Nations that decolonization is a positive thing. How is it possible that we seem to be more concerned about defending the right of a colonial, settler, ethnic cleansing entity to continue business as usual?
Zionists love this, by the way. Zionists love this, by the way. What do you mean? Like, the actions of Israel? Yeah.
Usual, which is besieging an ethnic cleansing than we are bothered by the fact that colonialism still exists in 2021.
The way that my people are settling Judah and Samaria is unfortunately coming at the expense of the Palestinian people.
When you look at figures like Theodor Herzl, credited as the founder of the Zionist movement, their conception was very much a colonial project in the mirror image of European colonialism. There are 440 Israeli colonies in the West Bank, housing over 500,000 illegal settlers who are armed and have control over.
Yeah, they're fucking hella armed and will literally also go with the IDF to areas to instigate shit.
80% of the water in the West Bank. Those settlements are deemed illegal by UN Resolution 2334. Who funds those settlements and where does the money come from? Well, Roman Abramovich, prior to receiving citizenship from Israel, moved $100 million from the British Virgin Islands to Elad, which is hell-bent on ethnically cleansing Sheikh Jarrah and has successfully ethnically cleansed many parts of Jerusalem. Who else funds Elad? The Clermont Family Foundation. It has funded the Center for Security Policy, led by Frank Gaffney, an organization which is also funded by Raytheon and Lockheed Martin. The Center for Security Policy gave the foundational work to Donald Trump for the Muslim ban. The Clermont Family Foundation also funded Middle East Forum, led by former employee of the Israeli Ministry of Defense, Greg Roman. Middle East Forum funded the Free Tommy Robinson campaign, and as a think tank were quoted.
It's so weird that like neo-Nazis love and support Israel a lot. You know, it's just odd.
13 times by Anders Breivik following his
Hold on, don't want to show
massacre
that.
of over 70 people in Norway. Another organization that funds Elad is the Hertog Foundation. They also funded the David Horowitz Freedom Center.
David Horowitz is also a vicious, brutal, psychopathic right-wing freak.
Which employed both Katie Hopkins.
Big round of applause for Israel. Yes, come on Israel.
And Tommy Robinson.
Palestine. Why would you support Palestine?
The Hertog Foundation funds the Friends of the IDF and Middle East Forum. The Friends of the IDF had on their board Robert Shillman. Robert Shillman also funded Tommy Robinson. What we see here is an intertwining of interests.
Is it bad that I don't know most of these orgs? No, this is like very UK specific. In America, similar things exist too, though. But Tommy Robinson is like literally the EDL, the English Defense League, went to jail multiple times, like absolute fucking racist piece of shit. But you know. Türkiye'de Twitch yasaklanabilirmiş. Şaşırmadım. Like an actual fucking fascist.
Between Zionist actors around the world who believe that their interests are served by not only funding violent settlement in the West Bank and a war against indigenous Palestinian people, but also pushing domestic Islamophobia within Britain and the United States.
Everything is the Jews, not a single piece for other people, only for us. And we won't give anybody else, just for us.
Today we see raw fascism within the Green Line. There is over 50 different laws within the state of Israel that enshrine inequality between Palestinian citizens of Israel and Jewish Israelis. We see Palestinians being lynched. But what could have more adequately articulated the inhumanity and the racism than seeing young Zionist men in Jerusalem dancing and celebrating while seeing a fire stemming from the courtyard of Al-Aqsa Mosque. This fascism was foretold by Albert Einstein and others. If he was able to be clear about the
Oh, dude, no. Famous anti-Semite Albert Einstein, dude.
Fascism ahead. Why is
this was different? No, that was a Jerusalem Day celebration, and they were dancing and singing a song that was previously banned about like murdering Palestinians, pretty much. as the courtyard of the Al-Aqsa Mosque was burning.
Is it today? Our freedom of speech is withheld from us. Between 2016 and 2018, 500 Palestinians were arrested for posts that they made on the internet, including children. How hideous is it for those well-paid, well-fed members of the British commentariat who have complained for so long about cancel culture to pontificate?
Cheering for a mosque on fire, it has nothing to do with religion. They weren't cheering for the mosque on fire. They were doing Jerusalem Day celebrations. But in the background, it's just a striking image, okay? Because in the background, the courtyard of the Al-Aqsa Mosque was on fire. There was a tree that was on fire in the courtyard, and they were dancing on the other side. It's Yimach Shemam, May Their Names Be Erased, is the name of the song. And Jerusalem Day is already a fucking ridiculous day of celebration. It's a celebration of the occupation of like overtaking East Jerusalem. It's fucking bullshit.
About their own rights of freedom of speech, while Palestinian children and even children in this country who advocate for the Palestinian cause do not have that freedom of speech.
Babies and children are getting killed for no reason at all in Palestine.
You've got your racist views, take them somewhere else because they're not welcome here.
You have a sophisticated campaign to depict the victim as the aggressor and the aggressor as the victim. The Zionist project has necessitated a level of censorship, not only in Britain, but in Palestine and in other places around the world. Over 250 Jewish employees of Google have come out and called for anti-Zionist speech to be protected. This is where the change will come from. Not the managerial classes, not the billionaire classes. The change will come from the workers. It will come from the dock workers in Naples who have refused to put those weapons onto ships. It will come from fire brigade workers refusing to take down Palestinian activists, shutting down Elbit systems. It will come from us heeding the call of Palestinian civil society, a unified Palestine that says we will go on strike, we will be ungovernable, so we must too be ungovernable. We exist at a time over the last 5 years where the elite narrative has been permanently discredited. Whether it is through the Black Lives Matter mobilizations, the Extinction Rebellion mobilizations, we are seeing a clear gap between those that decide policy and decide news and the representation of that policy and those that are affected by that policy. We must link together all of these things, as Black Lives Matter bravely did, standing with the Palestinians. It is that type of solidarity which we must build across the world. People are naturally empathetic, and when they see the spectacular forms of violence that have been displayed over the last few days, it is expected that they would respond the ways they have. Well, let's remember that the continuous Nakba is full of slow and less spectacular violence. Do not look away now. Continue to organize, to educate, to learn, and to demand.
How can you say I hate British people when this guy exists? You know what I'm saying, bruv? You know what I'm fucking saying, bruv? I'll shank you with my words, bruv. That was a really good video, man. That was a really good video. We're not going to watch the Israel lobby in the United States, a video that's been like banned in the United States. I've used certain parts of the videos of that comprehensive coverage, but it's far too long. And I am not going to wait, why don't I follow Double Down News? I love them. But Hold on. This is fucking awesome. MAGA Frank, Wisconsin 2021 with Dinesh D'Souza, Charlie Kirk. Oh man, they have fallen, dude. Wait, is that Dinesh D'Souza's daughter? Damn, she's kind of cute. What the fuck? Here, I wanted to show you something really sad before we go to some interesting stuff. Here it is.
We have means of getting a wheelchair for you.
I know, but this is my, it's made for me.
Okay, you ready? You're going to grab her legs?
And I was gonna talk about buying a house before I get to the fucking Channel 5 video. Yeah, this is really sad. A girl I know had her power assist wheels for her wheelchair that she needs to be independent broken by Delta. This is an ongoing issue that has happened. Countless people in chairs flying with different airlines. You can't replace something custom made for you in a day. Wrote a research paper about this shit freshman year. Did you know that airlines break 25 mobility devices every day? It's fucking inhumane the way wheelchair users are treated on airplanes. Yeah. Good job, guys. These fucking pieces of shit, dude. They do not give a fuck, dude. They do not give a fuck, okay? Hey, and there's no fucking action. Like, there's nothing you can do about it. What are you gonna do? Go with someone else? Another good thread on buying a house. Oh yeah, we're gonna do both of these, okay? We're gonna talk about buying a house. Oh shit, I closed the fucking White Lives Matter rally. We're gonna watch that afterwards, okay? But first, before I move on to that, I am going to hit you with a fucking ad break, boys. It's top of the hour. There's a 60-second ad break incoming, and of course, if you no longer want to see those ads, you know what the deal is. You know what to do. You know what it is. You know what it ain't. You can subscribe for free with the Twitch Prime. You can use AdBlock, VPNs, all this sort of shit. But, get those fucking primers out and you'll no longer have to see the ads. Here's the fucking ad break now. I have to pee really bad. So before I go pee, I am going to show you this funny ass video. This thread has a funny video.
Have you ever been? Is that Apple for sale? Yeah, we're about to put it on sale right now, actually. Well, I'm in the market, so tell me about your Apple. Why should I buy it? Nice try. Okay, people, here's how this is gonna work. I have an Apple here. The highest bidder's going home with this. I want all bids in the next 2 minutes, then we're closing it. Bidding starts at $5. Feeling pretty confident there, huh? I mean, don't you think? $10. He said starting at $5. $15. Is this a new Apple? Yeah, just listed. I'm pre-qualified. I'll pay cash. I got cash. 20, 30, 40. No, just make it 45. Is it even worth that? 50. I don't know. Please, this is the 8th Apple I've tried to buy. Could I at least see it up close? Nope, it's an Apple. You know what it is. You either want it or you don't. I'll take it for 100. What? I'm from California. It's the cheapest Apple I've ever seen. 120. Why did I do that? Why? I don't. Excuse me. Is that Apple for sale? Yeah, we're about to put it on sale right now, actually. Well, I'm in the market, so tell me about your Apple. Why should I buy it? Nice try. Okay, people, here's how this is gonna work. I have an Apple here. The highest bidder's going home with this. I want all bids in the next 2 minutes, then we're closing it. Bidding starts at $5. Feeling pretty confident there, huh? I mean, don't you think? $10. He said starting at $5. 15. Is this a new Apple? Yeah, just listed. I'm pre-qualified. I'll pay cash. I got cash. 20, 30, 40. No, just make it 45. Is it even worth that? 50. I don't know. Please, this is the 8th Apple I've tried to buy. Could I at least see it up close? Nope, it's an Apple. You know what it is. You either want it or you don't. I'll take it for 100. What? I'm from California. It's the cheapest Apple I've ever seen. 120.
I watched it twice because, honestly, 1, I ran an ad. 2, because I had to go grab a Diet Mountain Dew after I pee-peed. And 3, it's because it's so real. This is literally my experience. Except And I briefly talked about this. My experience is even worse than this because I tweeted about this earlier today. I put an offer out for 2 houses. And with the recommendation of my agent, I put a offer that just straight up was the asking price. Okay? Like just straight up the asking price, which is, you know, that's what the Apple is, right? $5 is what he's going to sell it for, or $10. Okay? And both of those offers came back with counters that were $100,000 above the asking price. But the worst part is, there wasn't even any other fucking buyers, dude. Like, normally, there are other buyers, and that's why you're like, well, the other buyer wants more money, so, you know, I like you, so what's good? So that's not even the fucking asking price then, you asshole. These people are fucking crazy. Your agents actually told you the correct approach to counter agents are pieces of shit? Yeah. So, because it's such a ridiculous position, like it doesn't matter what the fucking price is. They're just like, no, I want more. Like, you get treated like absolute fucking shit. And one of the houses literally said, I would not be allowed to renegotiate after an appraisal. As in, you know, the bank comes in to appraise the house to give you a loan on the house because that house is now collateral. And let's say you buy $1 million house and the appraisal comes back and says, well, this is a $500,000 house. What normally you would do in that situation is go back and forth with the other, you know, with the seller and say, well, this house is fucking $500,000. I'm not going to pay that because now I can't even, you know, I'm going to have to put down so much more money because the bank won't cover it. Like, the bank is not going to cover the $1 million for the fucking loan that it's giving you because there's not enough collateral. So you have to pay out of pocket. I have to pay $500,000 out of pocket. That's crazy, right? And these guys were like, no, we don't fucking care that you are not even allowed to renegotiate after the appraisal. If it's lower, then you have to cover the additional, on top of the down payment, you have to cover the additional amount out of pocket if the bank won't cover it for you. Now, I want you to understand that this is happening in Los Angeles. As in, like, every house that you purchase is already insanely priced regardless because you're basically paying for the land. Because land is not infinite. This is literally like, this is an insane thing that they're doing. Like, this practice would not, you wouldn't be able to get away with this anywhere else except we're in an asset bubble. So this is happening all around the country. I'm not alone in this. The prime interest rate, I think the average interest rate in Los Angeles currently is 2.7 for jumbo loans, or 2.5 for jumbo loans, according to Zillow. We are at the precipice of a insane bubble. Like, I don't know when the fuck it's gonna burst. If I knew that, obviously, I would strategically wait it out. But I am getting to a point where I'm just not going to buy a house. Like, it's fucking bullshit. I'm not going to buy a house, I don't think. Like, The hilarity is like, I'm looking at the area and the motherfuckers that are doing this are also across the street from other motherfuckers that are selling a larger houses for cheaper. I've been to those houses. I don't like the houses, right? And they're selling houses for cheaper. And those houses have been on the market for 30 days and even already have a price reduction. So like, it's clear that people aren't even buying it. And they're like, no, I will not sell it. I will not sell it. Like, why are you doing this? The house itself is a depreciating asset. The land, on the other hand, is an appreciating asset, especially when you are, especially when you're purchasing land in like fucking Los Angeles, in like a really good area of Los Angeles. Now, part of that is because big companies are straight up, like hedge funds are straight up purchasing as many houses as they fucking can. There's a couple different reasons for this. It's not super easy to explain. But a big part of the reason is because massive fucking developers and also hedge funds are purchasing, like gobbling up as many properties as they can so that they can turn around and start renting it to people, so they can become landlords to people, which ironically creates a system where buying a house is unaffordable for most average Joes, so they are stuck renting forever. So it is a problem that basically creates another opportunity for these hedge funds to make more money as a consequence of that. What is this? Chud billionaire? Oh god, it's gonna make me lose my shit. So then, also on top of that, there are like vacant properties all around the country. Oh, you're mad now that it happened to you? What? Wait, I'm so confused. Does this dude think that like I have not spoken out against these sorts of practices for like literally years? What? Just Armenian genocide. Dude, it's so weird when motherfuckers are so stupid and they just like angrily watch all day, every day. The one from 521? What do you say? My name is Hasan. I'm cringe and talk about things that people don't care about. Why are you in here then, you fucking idiot? Not only are houses in a bubble, the whole market is in a bubble. When it comes down to, it's going to be catastrophic. Trust me, I've been watching this for a long time now. I think confidence is going to shift the moment that there is even a subtle hint of interest rates increasing. And it's going to come at... Oh, you're laughing about the Armenian genocide? The fuck? This is a troll, right? No, motherfucker. I'm laughing that the only thing that this idiot said is Armenian genocide. Because hate watchers love acting like I fucking deny the Armenian genocide or something. Well, there's two things that are going to happen. When the mortgage moratorium ends, the bubble's going to burst. That's one, obviously, because it's going to automatically unlock a bunch of foreclosed homes. And two, I want to see if he says something else, or if he just left. Oh, fucking asshole. And then also, like I said, the other thing that's going to end up happening is because inflation is occurring right now, because lumber prices are so fucking expensive, because new developments have halted as a consequence of COVID for so long that, and also because people have a lot of money, like the middle class and upper middle class specifically, were able to hold on to a lot of their wealth and actually accumulate a lot more capital now. So they have some money to be able to purchase a house. Like they finally put a lot of money together. So there's a lot of people buying houses right now. There's a lot of people buying houses currently, which is like boosting the fuck out of the prices. It's not the middle class, dude. What are you talking about? No, hold on. I already talked about this, you fucking dingus. This is the first thing I covered, dude. This is literally the first part of it that I covered. What did I say, dude? What did I say? Please stop. Stop. Why are some of you the way you are? We're also talking about single family homes currently, man. Like, just pay attention to what I'm saying. You are not middle class? No, I am not. No, not necessarily a lot of people buying houses. A lot of houses are being bought. Okay. So, I literally just mentioned this, dude. What did I say? I said fucking hedge funds or private equity firms are straight up gobbling up every fucking property they can, and which ends up boosting, like, which ends up making it so that it's home ownership is even less affordable, which then relegates them to fucking purchasing, or not purchasing, sorry, which subjects all these homeowners that would potentially become fucking homeowners into renting those properties. Commercial mortgage-backed securities are nearly 1/3 fraudulent, just straight up fake numbers. The bubble you were talking about has been getting play from independent news. Here's a majority where we're talking about it too. House prices increase 4 times faster than income. What does it mean for future borrowers? What does it mean? Maybe it means the Federal Reserve's ZIRP and QE quantitative easing policies have made houses unaffordable for most people except hedge fund managers, foreign money launderers, desperate, well-off yield seekers, Blackstone, and overpaid Fed staffers. I mean, yeah. Rather than protecting communities and making it easy for homeowners to restructure bad mortgages or repair their credit after succumbing to predatory loans, the government facilitated the transfer of wealth from people to private equity firms. Sickening. Yeah. So that now Blackstone could just fucking suck up everything, dude. Or Blackstone and BlackRock. You're a big guy, build your house. Yeah, I'm going to build my house with my hands. That's how it works. Anyway. So. This is, of course, not innovation. This is just capitalist predators artificially inflating the price so they can end up making more money and making it harder for people to fucking purchase homes. Making it so that the American dream of buying a single family home is even more of a dream. So, I don't know when this is going to happen, but I suspect that the end to quantitative easing will probably destroy market confidence after so many fucking years. And it'll be a stopgap measure to control inflation. So that's where we're that will be the better opportunity to strike while the iron is hot. Okay? I don't know when that will happen, though. Stop being a WeHo snob. This situation does not exclusively exist in Los Angeles. Please stop saying this is an exclusive Los Angeles problem. You're literally a fucking idiot. You are the reason why your Tennessee neighborhood is also getting brutalized, because people in LA are noticing that it's significantly more affordable to work from home and live in a state like Tennessee. So they move to Nashville, or they move to fucking Texas, and then it fucks up your Texas market, your Texas housing market. That is literally a problem all around the country right now, especially in the aftermath of COVID, with like remote work becoming a real possibility, a permanent possibility. It might sound cool when your dad makes, $100,000 above asking price on his fucking house, but it's not going to be so great when he can't find another house to purchase. Okay? And that's the reality. When people are leaving California, they're not leaving California because of taxes. That's a lie. It's not poor people leaving California. It's rich people leaving California, or it's not rich people leaving California. Sorry. It's poor people leaving California because they can't afford to live in California. So they fucking go somewhere else where they potentially could. It's middle class people leaving California because they simply cannot afford to rent or even purchase a home. One of 15. It's been hard to convey through anecdotes or data how bizarre the U.S. housing market has become. For example, a Bethesda, Maryland home buyer working with Redfin included in her written offer a pledge to name her firstborn child after the seller. She lost. This stuff is like kind of stupid, but even on the money side, it's just like idiotic. 2 out of 5. There are now more realtors than listings. Inventory is down 37% year over year to a record low. The typical home sells in 17 days, another record low. Home prices are up a record amount, 24% year over year to a record high. And still, homes sell on average for 1.7% higher than the asking price, another record. But in 2 of America's largest cities, inventory has increased. In New York by 28%, in San Francisco by 77%. San Francisco hasn't had an inventory increase this large since 2008. And still, in both markets, prices are increasing. In 2020, new construction permits were down 13% in DC and New York, 40% in LA, 48% in Chicago, 50% in Seattle. Permits were up 25% in Miami, 56% in Vegas, 96% in Greenville, 122% in Detroit, and 246% in Knoxville. Lumber prices are up 300%. We talked about this earlier. I briefly mentioned it. In Redfin's annual survey of nearly 2,000 home buyers, 63% reported having bid on a home they hadn't seen in person. This is the fucking CEO of Redfin. Like, he's doing marketing for Redfin, but he has access to data that is, pretty solid. I have more information on this as well. In an April survey of 600 Redfin.com users who had relocated in the past year, about 2/3 of the people who moved got a house the same size or bigger, but about the same proportion, 2/3 spent the same or less on housing. Even though most of the people who moved got a bigger home, 78% reported having the same or more disposable income after their move. Idaho home prices could triple and still seem affordable to a Californian. This is so frustrating. Why fucking talk about the issue if you have no solution? You know you don't. I mean, what do you want me to say, dude? Like, what do you want me to say? I don't understand. Like, why are you upset at me? Especially because when I talk about this shit, I'm in a profoundly fortunate position. And even I'm getting fucking shafted. So if I'm getting fucking long-dicked by psychopathic fucking sales agents, then it's virtually impossible for your dad and your mom and you to go and find like a house that is like decently priced. I'm sorry that I can't fix the housing market on my Twitch stream and therefore should stop talking about it. For low tax states, 4 people move in for every 1 who leaves. For Texas, the ratio is 5-1. For Florida, it's 7-1. Now, the reason why people are moving to low tax state is not because they're fucking low taxes, but those states also have more conveniently priced homes, which is weird why the CEO of Redfin is refusing to acknowledge that. Cities and states have no leverage to raise taxes after many promised new money for social justice. The federal government will have to fund long-term investments. Wonder how odd that the CEO of Redfin is not mentioning the real reason why people are moving into those states. This migration to lower cost areas, interesting. He does acknowledge it in the second tweet. Is it the taxes that make it a low cost area? Or you think it's the property, the average price for a fucking home or rental property is the reason why it's a lower cost area, or the cost of living in general is lower in those areas? Nah, it must be the taxes. It may lead to lower workforce participation. For many families, Redfin is relocated. The money saved on housing costs lets one parent from stopping from working. A wave of Redfin customers are. This is just a fucking hashtag ad for Redfin. Lenders are calling employers to confirm that the home buyer will have permission to work remotely when the pandemic ends. Like, you know why this is indecent? Because like motherfuckers that are finally able to afford a home because they have like an amount of capital that they've accrued over the course of the fucking pandemic are so fucked when basically they're not able to refinance, when basically they realize that the investment property that they purchased and now that they're stuck with is not going to hold its value, especially if they fucking bought it in some random area that is not slated to appreciate to the goddamn moon like you would in certain parts of California, like in fucking Los Angeles. And even then, it's not a guarantee. And then they're fucked. And even if they are able to refinance, at that point, the interest rates are going to be higher. So no matter what their refinance works, now they have a property that's value is lower that you're absolutely stuck with. That is the bubble. That's the secondary problem here. The average housing budget for out-of-towners moving to Nashville was $720,000, 50% higher than locals. Yeah, keep talking about like, Hasan, why don't you move out of California? I'm doing you a fucking favor staying here, bitch. Okay? Look at this. Look at this. Average housing budget for out-of-towners moving into Nashville is $720,000, 50% higher than the locals' $485,000 budget. It used to be coastal elites who worried that every adult in the family had to win a career lottery just to afford a home. Now that feeling may spread. It's not just income that's K-shaped, but mobility. 90% of people earning $100,000 per year expect to be able to work virtually, compared to the 10% of those earning $40,000 or less per year. The folks who need low-cost housing the most have the least flexibility to move. An investor recently said, with an ancient touch of awe, but also greed, that one source of America's miraculous economic recovery was the bounty of the land itself. You know, not dissimilar to what Israel's doing. You know, the wholesale genocide of indigenous populations and resettling American colonialists into those lands. But yes, the endless expansion and the endless amount of land, or seemingly endless amount of land in the United States of America, was a part of America's wealth and prosperity. We have more room to grow than we ever imagined. We just have to make sure that it benefits everyone. So once the mortgage moratorium is done, there will be a lot of people who will no longer be able to pay the mortgages, that will have their homes foreclosed upon. That will readjust the amount of supply, which is fucking horrible, by the way. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs, Crow 7,500. By the way, Throwbro is correct. If you're purchasing a house as an investment, you can still build way more wealth by renting and putting more towards investments. This is what my fucking financial analyst friends constantly yell at me about. They'll always be like, dude, just reinvest it into your business. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Just keep renting and reinvest into your business. What the fuck are you doing? And it's like, I try to explain to them, like, dog, the overhead for what I do is relatively low. And that kind of growth, if I sought out to like grow this business by like hiring employees and shit like that, that kind of growth would still not solve the one significant problem I have. Okay? And that is time. Time is finite. I do not have more time to be able to tackle on additional parts of a potential growing business. No, I will not hire you. Shut the fuck up. Capitalists? Yeah, of course they're capitalists. This is not true everywhere. I pay far more in rent than if I owned it. And for the record, it's not as though I don't have money to pay the extra $100,000. I do. But it's more so the principle of the matter that stops me from doing it. Because, like, if I'm already... Like, if I don't fucking absolutely love a house, there is zero reason for me to purchase one right now because it makes zero investment sense. It's significantly inflated. Like, the prices are so artificially boosted. And it's like, I'm not going to get fucked while I'm also, like, basically doing you a fucking favor by taking this house off of your hands. Especially when comparable houses in the same exact fucking street are literally lowering their prices to be able to attract more buyers. I'm still so mad that, like, I lost the dream house that I literally found. It was like the second house I went to, and it was my dream house. It was still, of course, expensive. It was obviously above, like, what the market rate would be for something like that, but it was affordable in comparison to, like, all these other fucking places I've seen, and I lost it, and it fucking sucks. I was gonna have a pool, boys. This thing was on... Let me tell you something. This fucking house was literally on the market for 53 days. It was on the market for 53 days. I step into it and I go, oh fuck, this is it. I just felt something where I was like, this is it. Like I feel like at home here. Like I can see myself living here for a while. Yeah, it had a hot tub and a pool. No hot tub streams for you guys. And I thought to myself, what's the address? I'm not telling you, motherfucker. What do you mean? Why would I do that? There are very obvious reasons why I don't tell you what the price range is either. I don't want you to fucking pinpoint where it is and then it dox me like literally 3.5 days after I goddamn move into the fucking house. What are you, stupid? Why not? You didn't get it anyway? Because if I show you what the house is, then you know what the price range is. And if you know what the fucking price range is, then you know what other price ranges are for the other houses that I'm looking at. Now you can very clearly fucking map out exactly what house I end up arriving at and therefore figure out where the fuck I live now and dox me. Why would I literally give you any of that information? I'm sorry. That's straight the fuck up. Maybe even the number of days that I'm giving you are purposely incorrect. I'm just letting you know. So, we won't hurt you. It's not you. There's 35,000 people in here, dude. So, and also the fucking morons who are like trying to pinpoint how much money I spent on a house or I'm willing to spend on a house. You're not being clever. You're not demonstrating your fucking intellect. What you're simply doing is being a fucking asshole. And if you love me or if you enjoy my content and you care about my fucking security, then stop doing that. Do you want me to be honest with you all the time, or do you want me to fucking shelter myself and things that are happening in my life? Because this is the easiest way to shelter things that are happening in my life. Your parasocial behavior is actually threatening my life. So, it's really sad how you have to think in 5D chess, otherwise you could be harmed or worse. Oh, 100%, dude. 1,000%. There hasn't been a fucking, there hasn't been an apartment. I'm a political commentator, even before Twitch. There wasn't a fucking apartment that I ever lived in where I didn't call the sheriff's department ahead of time to be like, hey, listen, I'm inevitably going to get doxxed. And when that happens, I'm letting you know, like, there's going to be bomb threats being called into my house. There's going to be fucking, you know, welfare checks that are going to be called into my house. And I have to call them and let them fucking know ahead of time that, you know, just know that, like, this is going to happen. So don't fucking come breaching through my door and, like, murdering my dog. Jesus, damn, dude, you really had to do that? I mean, I literally, it's common practice. I swear to God, this is sad that you have to say this / something like this almost every stream. I mean, yeah, it's just a part of my life. I heard that doesn't really work, right? I mean, luckily you've never tested it. Look, what doesn't really work? Informing the sheriff's department and like the police department in your neighborhood? No, it does work. Listen, guys, just because I don't tell you about what goes on in the background doesn't mean that certain shit doesn't happen. There are certain things that I keep a secret on purpose. It does work, for the record. And I know from personal experience that it does work. Just because you've never heard about it doesn't mean that it does not happen. So no one outbid me by 100K. Oh, in the house that I loved, yeah, they increased the price. There was no other fucking offers on the house. The moment I step into the house and say I want to buy this, the moment I step into the house and say like I want to buy this place, immediately some buyer fucking materializes out of nowhere. And now we're in a fucking two offer situation. And now there's like an all-out bidding war. This house was on the market for 50 fucking days, dude. They planted an op to try to run up? No, that's not true. No, because I look through. I still look. No, it's like it's in bro, someone stream sniped your house. Ha ha ha. Yeah, it's really funny, dude. Anyway. You know, I worked in real estate in SoCal in 2008. Do not buy right now. So yeah, while you're in Austin, look at Minnesota's house to compare the price of LA market. Maybe you will find dream house in Austin and just obviously won't be your dream location of LA. I mean, the fucking Austin housing market is also incredibly oversaturated too. Was that ban worthy? Asking me questions about on my bans is ban worthy. Yes. If you ask, I will ban you. Maybe you shouldn't have even told us that you're looking to buy a new house. People will do is crazy. I know. I know. It is fucked. Don't move to Texas or else I will never get pussy against this fat Alfonso. Anyway, I guess I'm a sadist, so let's talk about California residential real estate. Did you know it's bonkers? Like, just completely bananas. Let's look at some examples. I live in Los Angeles. But also pay close attention to what's happening in the Bay Area and the desert. Lots of folks still buying in the Bay Area and lots of folks decamping to the desert. All of these markets are completely absurd. This one's fun. Are you sitting down? Yes, it's lovely. Oh my God, it's so lovely. Sold for 78% over asking. It was listed at $1 million. It's over 2.12. A 3-bedroom, 3-bathroom in fucking Mount Washington. It's actually kind of cool though. Like not even new appliances. Like I don't even. Maybe with the above house, you're like, but Sally, it's just so lovely. That doesn't matter. Look at this 3-bed, 2-bath in West LA. It's a normal house, just a cute little ranch guy. Listed for $1.299 million and sold for $148. This is the most normal thing. Dude, this house, dude. Look at this fucking house. That was sold for $1.48 million. Doesn't matter if the home is spectacular or average. Like, it is actually nice though. I love those fucking beams. The exposed like roof. It's very nice. It doesn't matter if the home is spectacular or average, if it's in a desirable area or not. Homes are selling for hundreds of thousands over the list. This is a 2-bedroom in Berkeley, less than 1,000 square feet, and just sold for $1.377 million. Oops. Here's the link for the above listing. This 1,126 square foot home in Bernal Heights in San Francisco just sold for $400,000 above list. Originally listed for 1.195, and after a bidding war, the sale was 1.6. So when that house gets sold for what is so ugly. When this house gets sold for $1.6 million, all of the other houses in that fucking street are all of a sudden, boom, their market value just went up. Now, the problem is an appraiser can just look at that and be like, well, this is not worth that. Okay? So then what you end up doing is kicking the can down the line to a level where like one person is ultimately gonna get caught holding the bag. Okay? It is like, it's literally like an infinite fucking, an infinite appreciation, an infinite artificial appreciation of value here. And you don't want to be the motherfucker holding the bag, especially if you don't have a tremendous cash flow and can justify overpaying by hundreds of thousands of dollars for a house which value will not greatly improve over the course of the 30 years that you're fucking paying it off for. It's not just major cities. Hercules suburb, SF suburb, 66K above. Sorry, but the list price doesn't matter. Portland's median sale price is up 16.8% year over year, and 64.9% of the homes sell above listed price. That's crazy. There are no rules right now. Comps are useless, and people are throwing money at literal piles of brick. It's a free-for-all. People are fucking buying teardowns for millions of dollars in Los Angeles, depending on what neighborhood you're in. A teardown, for the record, for those of you who don't know, is like a very old house that you purchase just for the land it sits on, and then you blow it up and then rebuild one of those ugly-ass boxes that, like, the FaZe Clan lives in. There are no rules right now. Comps are useless and people are throwing money at literal piles of bricks. Comps, for the record, are competitive prices. Like you're comparing, not competitive prices, like you're comparing other houses in their neighborhood and what they sold for. The amount of information you can find on houses is fucking insane. Yeah, comparable sales. No, I said competitive on accident. It's happening everywhere. The one in my neighborhood in Pasadena went $437,000 over asking. The hardest part to accept when trying to figure out what the hell's going on is there's no reasoning. It's not just because realtors are purposely undervaluing homes to entice a bidding war, and it's not because inventory is historically low. It's for several dozen reasons. Brother put in an offer on a shitty unrenovated condo for an astronomical $475K in a bad area. There were 200 plus offers within 48 hours. What the fuck? It was all sold cash, no contingencies, 50K over asking. That's what happened basically to me as well, with no offers, which is even worse than that story, actually. 200 plus offers is psychopathic. I don't know how the fuck that happened, but the two houses I put fucking offers on, they didn't even have other offers. So the fucking seller's agent was like, what I'm going to end up doing is wait it out, because I suspect that there's going to be other buyers that will come in and purchase this house. I told you had to go over asking price and you shit on me. Now you're going to end up bidding 20% over? No, I'm not. You want to know why I'm not going to end up bidding 20% over? Because I'm not a fucking idiot. And I'm not going to end up bidding 20% over asking price because that's psychopathic. Do you understand? Sellers list it lower purposely to get crazy bids? Not exactly, because if you look at the previous purchase price of the house, which is readily available on the internet, like every time you list your property, this shit is super public. So every time you list your property, I can just look it up. I can literally go on Zillow and look at, like, right now, if you told me where your fucking dad's house is, I can tell you when your dad recently wanted to sell your house without telling you. All of that shit is fucking easily accessible. It's crazy. The amount of information that's public about, like, your houses is crazy. You're literally being a smart buyer. Won't your name come out in public records when you buy a house? Yeah, absolutely. There are preventative measures, so, you know. How long was it ago? You have to look at comparable recent sales in the same area. Yeah, I know. Let's dive back into examples. This is completely normal. 1,300 square feet home in Culver City sold for 1.628. Home in Oakland. List is important because it's what you get pre-qualified for from a bank. You're approved for up to 1.5 million, so you're going to go looking for homes under 1.5 million. But all those homes end up selling for 1.75, and it's horrible for buyers. Yeah. You literally are looking at, like, you find your dream home, you get pre-approved for $1.5 million. You don't have another $250,000 to fucking match the difference, to make up the difference. And all the houses are getting sold for above asking price. So what are you going to do? In Culver City, by the way. Okay, no, one more retweet. We love this house and put in 100K over asking. There were 50 offers and we didn't even get a counter. What the fuck? Wait, I don't understand. Like, I've never been. I think maybe. I'm a little confused. I've never seen a house with like 50 fucking offers, dude. That's actually wild. Don't they take into account you're an all-cash buyer? I'm not an all-cash buyer. You can build a nice house in South Texas for $90 to $100 per square feet. Yeah. Let me tell you something. In Los Angeles real estate, you want to know what the square footage price is? You want to know what the... You seem like a 20% kind of guy. No. I heard cash offers are not normal in LA. Yeah, because the fucking average real estate price is insane, dude. A single family is not going to have the amount of liquid cash to be able to fucking all out buy a goddamn house, dude. Are you crazy? LA square foot prices, depending on the area, 500. Oh, that's cute, dude. Try 1,400. Yeah. And tell me that shit is normal, dude. That's cute as fuck, dude. Motherfucker said 500.
Shopping for a new single-family home in the U.S.
We'll watch this in a second. Hold on. That's actually good shit. Anyway, I never see like 50 fucking offers. That's crazy. That is like not the highest of the high end, but that's high end, like super high end for sure. It's like some of the best real estate in Los Angeles for sure. In 2000, the difference between now and 2008 is in 2008 people had taken on loans they couldn't afford because lenders were being lazy. Now the buyer lazy, that's one way to say predatory. Now the buyer pool is extremely prepared with an 800 plus credit score, 500K cash down for the down payment, excellent job stability in lucrative industries. Yeah, except it doesn't fucking matter because it's going to burst and then they're fucked. They're caught holding the bag. Nailed it. High earners save a lot in the past 15 months and only care about how much the monthly mortgage will be. The actual final sale price isn't a huge factor. That's true.
Do you want me to describe it? Have you ever been in love?
I don't think so.
Do you want me to describe it to you?
Holding the bag means when you get fucked up. Like, when you get caught. 42% would buy a home sight unseen. California house sells for $1 million over asking after 29 offers. To be clear, this entire thread is not a recent phenomenon. The CEO of Redfin also posted about this. 63%. 63% fucking buying a house without seeing it is so, or putting an offer up without seeing it is so insane, dude.
US is arguably harder than ever before.
There's a bidding war for literally every home on the market, every fixer-upper, every house that needs even a lot of work.
My neighbors, actually, because we were on vacation, were calling me and texting me saying, like, what is going on at your house? There's people in a line down the block. We saw 2 people having a fight.
With city dwellers emigrating to the suburbs and families looking for home offices and bigger yards, prices for the American dream home have skyrocketed. Home prices surged in March 2021, up 13% from the year prior, according to the S&P Case-Shiller Index.
Everybody expected housing to really sort of dry up with the rest of the economy, and in fact, the opposite has happened.
With homeowners unwilling to sell, a record low supply of homes for sale has forced buyers into intense bidding wars. At the end of April 2021, there were only 1.16 million houses for sale in the US, down 20.5% from the year prior. Higher costs for land, labor, and building materials have also impacted home builders.
So currently in the United States, we have a huge shortage of housing. We're not producing nearly as much housing as we should be.
We know that home ownership is the primary way of getting into the middle class, but unfortunately, there are many impediments to that are divided by class and particularly race.
With the 30-year fixed mortgage rate hovering near a 50-year low and a strong demand pushing prices to all-time highs, why is the housing supply so meager? Is the U.S. running out of houses?
The housing shortage conversation is kind of bullshit. And here's why. There are so many vacant fucking properties, dude. There are so many vacant properties that are just simply being held on to because of how expensive the land is. Like, that's what it is. It's easier to just like sit on a fucking vacant home and there's not enough punitive measures, not enough regulation to make it so that it is unsustainable to just sit on a fucking property. Which it should be, but that will never change because it's so valuable for gigantic banks to just fucking buy out as much as they can and just sit on it that you know, why the fuck shouldn't people do that? Yeah, it's too expensive to have someone live in it when you can just wait for the value to go up. Real estate is out of your depth. Real estate is out of your depth, buddy. Are you going to start wearing makeup with your nail polish? Yikes, that sounds like communism. Thanks, buddy.
The U.S. real estate market is red hot. Since the start of the pandemic,
it's interesting that you say that because it's literally true. And it's not just my take. This guy, smart man. Go ahead, explain to me why the housing market is the way it is then, please.
5% of buyers who purchased a home did so without even physically seeing the home in person. In many markets, competitive bidding wars are the norm.
There's a bidding war for literally every home on the market, every fixer-upper, every house that needs even a lot of work. It's still just a crazy bidding war.
Our house had 44 offers on it.
With his New York City office shut due to the pandemic and looking for more space for his family, in the summer of 2020, Justin Goldberg and his wife Jessica put their 3-bedroom Bloomfield, New Jersey home on the market. The house listed for $399,000.
My neighbors, actually, because we were on vacation, were calling me and texting me saying, like, what is going on at your house? There's people in a line down the block. We saw 2 people having a fight.
With multiple 6-figure offers over the asking price, the house sold for $542,000, over $140,000 more than what the couple was asking for. But the family then found themselves struggling to find a new home.
It was definitely a risk for us to take because we knew that the pandemic wouldn't last forever. His job said you'll be working from home for the foreseeable future.
Basically, any seller is trying to force a bidding war to happen on every property instead of selling it at asking price. Yes and no. There are also a lot of fucking buyers right now, as we said.
And gave up their office space in the city.
With little inventory on the market, the couple signed a 1-year lease on a rental. And on the advice from their realtor, they then modified their house search from looking for a move-in ready home.
Dude, these people are so strange. When people say there is a housing shortage, vacant properties in the middle of Wyoming. Tell anyone from Cali to move to Wyoming, goddamn, you're dumb. Like, are you so this person has to be 14, right? Actually, no, because even a 14-year-old would recognize that, like, uprooting yourself in this way would be probably sad because you would lose all of your fucking friends. You know what I mean? And your little childhood crush. Like, it's just, even a fucking 14-year-old has more processing power than this person for making such a fucking idiotic statement. And I hate when people say this. It's like, oh, I can't believe it. Like, just move somewhere else, dude. Just move somewhere else. This is before we factor in how expensive it is to just, like, move to a completely different area, what the job opportunities look like in that fucking area too. Like, I don't understand. Like,
to a fixer-upper.
I'm telling you, immediately you walk into the house that you want to buy and you get the feeling. And I got the feeling. And we walked through the house and it was not in good condition. The bones were there, you know, there was nothing structurally wrong with the house. Everything was technically in good shape.
What is the progressive socialist solution? I already told you. The actual, like, social democratic / if you want, socialist solution beyond, like, anarcho-communism or fucking Marxist-Leninist historically and the takes that they've had on housing is literally making it unaffordable to be a landlord. Making it rather not even be a landlord, but making it unaffordable to sit on fucking vacant properties and then making it unaffordable to purchase multiple properties and sit on them or rent them out. But the immediate solution is making it so that it's impossible to just, like, fucking sit there and wait for this thing to accrue value. That's how you would do it. How do you do that? Empty home taxes? I mean, there are always going to be loopholes beyond that too, though. For example, one of the ways that you can avoid that is by, like, repurposing the land to something that is more tax beneficial. Then simultaneously, while you're doing that, you need to fuck the market up on purpose by forcibly creating or forcibly buying out and rezoning certain areas to have affordable housing, or rather public housing. That's how you're supposed to do it. Another thing you're supposed to do is run an ad at the top of the hour every hour for 60 seconds so that you can end up buying a house. But of course, if you want to avoid those ads, you can do something. It's a very simple step, and that is, of course, subscribing. You can subscribe for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime. That was the best one yet. That was my best segue. No one saw that coming. Yeah, go ahead. Deny it. Deny it that was a good-ass fucking segue, dude. The more people get mad, the more I know that, like, the more you justify that it was a good-ass transition. Here's the ad break.
Everything that needed to be changed was pretty cosmetic, but every single room in the house needed changes.
The family of 4 found a 4-bedroom fixer-upper in Randolph, New Jersey, with more space and a bigger yard.
We wanted a bedroom for each of our children, and an extra office or a guest room would have been fantastic.
Although the home was already under attorney review, the couple put in a higher bid and ended up buying the house for $555,000. According to experts, a few key steps homebuyers can take to navigate the ultra-competitive market include getting pre-approved for a mortgage, finding a good real estate agent, and figuring out exactly how much you're willing to spend. An additional option first-time homebuyers have is to rent the home back to the seller while they look for their new home.
My best advice at this time is if you don't want to overspend, go into a house knowing that you're going to do a little work and you'll probably get it for a better price. And honestly, you can turn it into your dream home.
Dude, that's fucking crazy, dude. Yeah, just go buy a house that's already fucking expensive, and then on top of that, literally pay to renovate it. Such a good fucking example, man. What if they don't have capital, dog? What the fuck? Yeah, just go buy a fixer-upper, dude. Yeah, because everyone has like enough money to just like rent out another apartment while their house is being worked on and shit. You know what I mean?
The US has a housing shortage. With potential sellers unwilling to show their homes during the pandemic, in April 2021, there were 1.16 million US homes for sale, down 20.5% from a year earlier. That lack of inventory has helped push the median price of existing homes higher, up a little over 19% from the previous year to a historic $341,600. One key factor in that price jump is with fewer, less expensive homes on the market, sales at the higher end accounted for
that's so interesting. That's so weird. Wonder why.
Much of the activity. During that same period, homes were selling in record time.
It's like rich people are just like swapping fucking expensive houses amongst themselves. You know what I mean? Like they're the only ones who have fucking money to just engage in this sort of behavior. They're just like, here, you take my fucking $70 million mansion. No, you take my $15 million mansion. Okay, here you go.
Time too, typically just 17 days on the market. While several large publicly traded companies like NVR, Lennar, Beazer Homes, and Hovnanian Enterprises construct single-family homes, townhouses, and condos, the vast majority of new construction in the U.S. is done by small businesses.
Home building is one of the last real vestiges of small business in America. The overwhelming number of housing, and I want to say it's close to 75 or 80%, is built by small businesses, mostly family-owned.
Public housing is fine, but without a private market as well, who get the beachfront beautiful house? Or is everyone just assigned to live in some bleak standard house with basic utilities? I'm sure you don't want that for yourself, right? We need to both. Dude, I didn't even say. Why is the fucking inception of public housing? Like, why is the mention of public housing immediately triggering some fucking synapses, like firing some synapses in your brain that leads you to believe, like, oh, if the government is making houses, that means the government is making all houses. That means the government is assigning all houses by party loyalty. You know, if you're a part of the party apparatus, that means that you get to have good real estate. If not, you have bad real estate. All of a sudden, we are jailing landlord. What the fuck is going on? Why am I speaking like this? Suka bliat! What is happening? All you had to do was say public housing. And now the slippery slope, I've slipped all over it.
All over the country.
Stop it!
Those builders have faced serious hurdles in recent years, including pandemic-related.
Also, live in some bleak standard house with basic utilities and massive privilege self-report. Like, literally, most people have no fucking access to living in some bleak standard house with basic utilities. So I'm pretty sure if you ask the overwhelming majority of people, like, actually not in America, but if you asked, because even in America, even the poorest of the poor are just like, nah, dog, like, I don't want that, because then I can be a millionaire one day and I'm not going to have that fucking nice house. You know, maybe not in this community, but in most communities, motherfuckers would be like, oh, I don't want that kind of fucking shit because one day I'm going to be a millionaire and then I will not want to live in substandard houses like that.
Related supply chain disruptions that have caused a spike in the price of building materials like drywall, steel, and wood.
The supply chain is in complete disarray right now from COVID.
The poster child for that.
Wait, I want to see what he said. Real estate is out of your depth, this guy said. What else did he say? Oh, supply and inflation. Oh, shit, dude. My bad, dude. Oh, sorry. So when it's in your depth, it's something that is easily disprovable. Never mind. Wow, dude. You're fucking r/investing Andy, dude. This guy gets all the hottest real estate tips from the Instagram guy he follows that wears like a fucking suit that's 2 sizes too small on his body, but has a fucking loud ass pocket square, who routinely posts about how he's a lion. Thank God I just got owned by that guy.
That is lumber.
Sorry, even that guy is a bit more of a shark and a lot smarter than the other idiot who only gets his knowledge from that other guy. So you are even stupider than that, dude.
May 2021, lumber prices are up more than 300% from a year ago. According to the National Association of Home Builders, rising lumber prices have added almost $36,000 to the price of a new single-family home. An aging workforce and challenging immigration policies have also led to a shortage of construction workers.
We simply don't have enough people, therefore labor prices are going through the roof.
Labor was a problem for us during the last housing boom and during the recovery, and it's even more of a problem now because in many places it is easier for potential workers not to come back to work and stay on the sidelines.
An even bigger problem might be the land that houses are built on. As of April 2021, the price per single lot is up 11% compared to last year. Real estate data firm Zonda said new lot supply is down 24% from a year ago.
And the challenge moving forward is infill. How do we invest in cities, into older suburbs? How do we reinvigorate with greater density things like accessory dwelling units for your mother-in-law in the backyard? How do we handle people who are challenged with affordable housing? It's all going to mean that we have new development patterns, we need new forms of housing. So yes, we're not building enough housing, and we need to double or triple that rate of housing just to meet natural growth in our economy. And I think we can do that, but we have to do that by thinking of new forms.
Like, by the way, for the record, I'm not even anti-fucking build more housing. I just want to state that once again. I am not against building more housing. The problem is, we're not building more housing that's affordable. Whenever there's new constructions, it's these like luxury high-rises, and I don't even know who the fuck it's being sold to. Like, where is the luxury high-rises going to? Can someone please explain to me who the fuck is buying these massive properties or massive apartment complexes in downtown LA? There is 0 people living in them. It makes no fucking sense, dude. Serious answer, the Chinese? I mean, that's one answer, but that doesn't make up the entirety of it. Students live in them where I am. Yeah, don't forget about foreign investors in big cities. I know that foreign investors either A, purchase properties like this as a fucking way to get a green card, because like a certain amount of investment and you like automatically qualify for the green card lottery, or they buy it because it's a good fucking investment for them across the board. Young professional class, software engineers and such. No, these fucking houses, these developments in downtown LA are empty, dude. They are literally fucking empty. Motherfuckers are buying it to park their money because they think one day people are going to want to buy that apartment or people are going to want to rent that apartment. Zoning regs make building lower price housing no longer profitable. Reducing regulations would allow more diverse housing to be built. Yeah, that shit, yeah, you're not going to fucking win me over with that, okay? No, they're not. My mom works in downtown LA. There's young people in DTLA apartments. Okay. Yeah, dude, totally. Just like build fucking plastic houses, dude. Like, build some plastic ass houses, bro. Come on, dude. Just fucking murder poor families, dude. Build some goddamn Lego houses. Don't do social housing. We need more government involvement. That means public housing units owned by the city, social housing owned by the tenants, Regulation has been relaxed way too much, and that's resulted in investment in luxury housing only. I know, I fucking mentioned that, and then people say I have a small brain, and I just don't have the unfathomable brain processing power to comprehend how complicated this is. Zoning regulation makes housing more expensive. Dude. Zoning laws for single-family homes and residential buildings are actually really weak compared to other building-type zoning regulations. Like, you say this, but, like, the argument is so fucking stupid. Oh, it's actually, like, how have capitalists fed you this idea? How have capitalists fed you this idea that it's actually the regulations that are causing people to go and build, like, insane fucking luxury condominiums rather than affordable housing whenever there is an opportunity to build something? Anyway, they let regular people own this apartment condo complex. They refuse to sell. The city pissed off they can't sell property close to the university. There is no something called public housing. I mean, there is very, very limited publicly funded housing. There's Section 8 housing, which is still dog shit and incredibly predatory for the most part. But that is like literally, if you're lucky, you can get that. Loans for private contractors are often given away like candy for housing developments in areas that need affordable housing, but they make more money making those condos while stealing money from the public housing, like the project in Buffalo. Our mayor and others are under investigation for stealing public housing funds. NIMBYs, no one wants affordable housing in their neighborhood, driving their house price down. So that's one fucking problem. NIMBYs have an issue, but NIMBY ranges from everything from like people that don't want affordable housing in their neighborhoods, all the way to people that don't want to fucking like oil fracking well behind their goddamn house. NIMBY means not in my backyard. Okay? So people that fucking cry about zoning regulations still refuse to acknowledge the problem with vacant houses. If there are 6 vacant houses for every homeless person in the fucking country, then why the fuck are we not trying to tackle the issue of vacant houses? Why? Because just like property value will decrease if the market is oversaturated with affordable houses, the same issue remains if there is government housing or public housing, some sort of social housing. None of those vacant houses are in San Francisco. That's literally not true. The San Francisco metropolitan area alone has more vacant houses than the number of homeless people in the entire state of California. You're fucking wrong. Here you go. And people don't know this. You think like you're... I mean, the amount of available properties, or rather the amount of vacant houses, is still like lower than other places like in San Francisco, but still. There are well over 38,600 vacant houses in San Francisco alone, not the greater metro area either. Single zoning housing also forbids making 2 homes on 1 plot. Here, this is from 2019. San Francisco has nearly 5 empty homes per homeless resident. And the Bay Area's 10 largest cities combined support 3 empty houses for every 2 persons without one. This video talks about why American regulation really fucks people trying to build affordable housing. The houses that can't be built in America. Confronting Hasan? What? What is that? Why not just rent a home? Friends in SF rent as opposed to purchase because of the issues you are seeing. If you invested the difference each year from renting as opposed to paying a note on a house, you would have more equity built up over time than if you purchased right now. Dude, I know. I know, but I don't want to do that, okay? What, do you think I'm crazy? You think I'm stupid? I know that if I took all of the fucking cash that I currently have and invested it into, put it back into the fucking stock market, I would literally make a lot more on that original investment than I would if I was purchasing a home. And there are ways to do it depending on how much time you want to fucking keep that money in. There are ways to do it in a way that is safe as well. So why are you against that? I just don't want to do it. I'd rather get a relatively low risk investment that also is a quality of life improvement. And I also hate stocks. Stonks. You actually have no money sitting in index funds right now, though? Well, I guess now I do, because I have a like self-employed 401k, or not a 401k, but what is it, like a SCP IRA or something? Like, so technically now, or Seth IRA, that's what I have. SCP IRA, that's what I have for retirement. Chad is mad when you're not making money and when you're making money. Yeah. The 1% own a majority of all stock, about more than half the shares, right? Remember said that the Trainwrecks TV podcast? No, I said the top 10% of wealth in the United States of America own 90% of the stock market. Ban me, but I'm getting bored with all this adult talk. This is literally politics, dude. This isn't adult talk. This is politics through and through. And it's like, we are talking about the consequences of politics. Me, a 14-year-old. Anyway. Do you think you'll ever retire? I mean, eventually. Okay. I just wanted to show you guys Anthony Davis's new Bel Air mansion. $32 million. Holy fucking shit, dude. This is literally a what the fuck? Bro, this is a palace, motherfucker. God damn, dude. Oh my lord, dude. This is insane. What the fuck do you do with all this goddamn space, dude? Shit's looking like a hitman mission again. I don't know how the fuck they do it. All right, let's finish this video and then we're gonna do
our zoning.
Home ownership is a catalyst for building wealth with the added benefit of providing safer neighborhoods for families and better schools for kids. But not everyone can afford to own a home.
That's why the home ownership solution is
Susan Watcher, professor of real estate and finance at the Wharton School. I love the background that she
a
put first.
solution, even now, for many households. The problem is getting into home ownership.
In the first quarter of 2021, the home ownership rate in the U.S. was 65.6%. According to the U.S. Census, the home ownership rate for white Americans in the U.S. is almost 74%, compared to 49% for Hispanic Americans and 45% for Black Americans. A major hurdle for many is the down payment. Typically, home buyers put 20% down when taking out a conventional mortgage.
We know that that typically also requires having a certain amount of income. And for a lot of people, that is much easier said than done. For example,
remember, like, and this is obviously after people have already bought their houses too, but 40% of Americans do not have $400 in emergency funds, let alone enough capital to be able to put down 20% to purchase a home.
for people of color, it is much harder to be able to put down that type of down payment because they may not have the familiar support as people who come from more affluent neighborhoods.
These gaps are exceedingly troubling because the implications of them are very pervasive. Black household wealth is 1/10 what it is for white households, and a large portion of that gap is due to the lack of home ownership. Even though mortgage rates are at historic lows, there's been a ratcheting up of the qualifications that are required to borrow to become a homeowner, and that has impacted minority households more than majority households.
Buyers paying less than a 20% down payment are often subject to primary mortgage insurance. That can range from an additional $30 to $70 per month for every $100,000 borrowed, according to Zillow. Student debt is another barrier many first-time home buyers face. According to the National Association of Realtors, the average home buyer in 2020 carried $30,000 in
student debt all the way back from, like, I think 2017. For me, is part of the reason beyond not having a credit card, but other part of the reason why my credit score is low, because I was late on a loan payment. Well, not on a loan payment, but late 3 times. Would be nice if you would stop chewing on your fingernails. Do it at least off stream. No. How about you fucking leave, jackass? I'm live fucking like 8 to 10 hours a day. What do you want me to do?
student debt.
When I talk to young people, a lot of times they are trying to pay their rent versus their grocery, or they're trying to pay their student loans.
Single-family zoning, pervasive across much of the U.S., limits the number of units that can be built on a plot of land, making it difficult for families to afford certain communities.
Single-family zoning has really been a barrier for lower to moderate income people to be able to live in particular neighborhoods, because single-family zoning bans any type of home being built, or any type of multifamily home, or any type of detached home from being built, which is a huge barrier to people who are just trying to start off.
But that may be starting to change. In 2019, Oregon became the first state to pass legislation banning single-family zoning in most of the state. Around the same time, Minneapolis became the first big American city to end the practice.
So one of the major impediments to our shortage of housing, in addition to the land economics and the supply chain, is that we have a lot of communities in this country.
Damn, sounds like single-family zoning regulations should be removed. Damn, sounds like motherfuckers in a leftist community are watching a CNBC broadcast about single-family zoning regulations and taking it hook, line, and sinker when there are multiple different ways of eliminating this problem. Almost feels like you guys are a bunch of goddamn suckers who literally turn like this on a moment's notice.
country that don't want to have affordable housing. They don't want to have anything other than large suburban estates, if you will. And I think we need greater exercise of federal policy over these local communities that are utilizing exclusionary zoning to really grossly impact the provision of affordable housing.
The federal government is taking steps to increase affordable housing too. In April 2021, the Biden administration announced a $5 billion plan providing financial incentives to push local governments to allow multifamily dwellings in neighborhoods that are currently restricted to single-family homes.
This is a market for housing, for home ownership, for those who wish to get into home ownership and those who are homeowners. People are expanding their homes, they're renovating their homes, they're building out new backyards. So this is a homeowner's economy. There's never been a stronger economy for homeowners than now. And as a contribution to the overall economy, home ownership is more important than ever.
Hold on, I am promoting that. Yes, I know there's a new All Gas No Breaks video from Andrew's new project, Channel 5, and yes, I'm watching it now. So get in and don't ask me about it. Finally, there it is, dude. There it is, boys. We're watching it. Unfortunately, it's only fucking 5 minutes. Tons of cities place minimum income requirements on their modern affordable housing reforms. Bro, why are you defending single-family zoning? Not every regulation is good. I don't have a dog in the fight of... single-family zoning. You support exclusionary zoning because you have the money to buy a single-family home? No, I don't have a dog in that fight at all. I don't give a shit. Hey, idiots. If I have enough money to fucking purchase a single-family zoned house, then why do I give a fuck? Then I'll just go buy it. No skin off my fucking bones. Also, I'm in Los Angeles. Like, the regulations for single-family zoning in LA are very different than a place like fucking Oregon. The actual fucking houses that are available in Los Angeles are already, like, literally on top of one another. I'm sure they could probably eliminate single-family zoning in, like, the parts of LA that I live in. But most people that hyper-focus, the reason why I get mad at this is because people hyper-focus on the housing supply over and over and over again. In LA, they let you make a detached dwelling if you have a garage or something? Yes. In LA, a lot of single-family houses have detached garages, and they basically... most LA houses that you look at will have, like, either unsanctioned auxiliary dwelling units or permitted auxiliary dwelling units. Ever considered Connecticut? Just curious? No. Buying a house, like, we have no way of knowing you'll pay back this loan for $1,000 a month. I've been paying my landlord $1,500 a month. Why can't you save up $40,000 as a down payment to prove us? Because I've been paying landlord $1,500 a month. Yeah. What do you mean? It's literally the basis of Austrian economics. They're liberals. What do you expect? Yeah, I just, like... But it's very frustrating to see, like, an otherwise leftist community have such blistering fucking hot takes on housing. There's blood in that? Have you looked at townhouses? Dude, I don't want to live on top of someone else, dude. Why? Like, I'll just stay here then. Why the fuck would I move? Like, part of the point of why I want to fucking get a house is so that I have the privacy to fucking be able to yell without fear that, like, I'm gonna get, you know, I'm gonna get my neighbors upset. If I live... You don't live on top of people in townhouses? Yes, you do. A townhouse is a fucking regular house separated into two, and there's like a barrier in between. Okay? And that's it. It's not on top, but like you're still living basically on top of one another. I didn't mean on top literally like as though on top of them with your unit being on top of them. I meant like very close to one another. Oh my God, dude. Oh my God. People are so dumb. Understand the point I am mentioning. Okay? Üst üste oturuyorsunuz. Nasıl anlatayım bunu Amerikalılara ya? A townhouse, a tall terrace house, no up or under. Fuck! I don't mean literally on top of them. I mean figuratively on top of one another, as in close, like literally your houses are touching one another. A townhouse is like a fucking, oftentimes like a duplex that is two duplexes side by side. It's like a big house cut in half. You are sharing walls with another person. Okay? So when I say you're living on top of one another, I don't mean like literally above, like a fucking apartment. Why is every baboon in my chat so quick to try to overcorrect, thinking that you're going to come across as smart? Like, most people understand exactly what I'm saying. Okay? Most people understand exactly what I'm saying when I say on top of one another. They don't literally think, oh my God, he must not know what a townhouse is. Why are people so stupid? Like, fuck. Some townhouses you are sharing a wall. Other townhouses you are the house is cut in half, so you're not like literally sharing a wall. Yes. Why would someone live in a house like that? So it's cheaper and more affordable. Ironically, part of the reason why I need my own fucking place is so that, you know, when I yell like this about townhouses at fucking idiots who are like, I actually know what a townhouse is and you don't, it's gonna make me feel a lot smarter about myself when I misunderstand, like, the statement that you were making. I yell at them and I am not fearful of being evicted. Where's the blood in this video?
Two peoples with...
$445. What? There's no fucking blood there, dude. What? Bro, hold on. I'm gonna show you what they said there's blood in this video. Are you ready? I mean, it's nice of you guys to be considerate, but like, I think that's fine. No, it's nice of you guys to be considerate, but like, we're talking like over the top. Okay.
Shit! the fuck out of here, commie motherfucker! Hey, this is our town, motherfucker! Try to take it! Try to take it!
Dude, it's so funny. Pasty ass white dudes, bro. Here we go, boys. New Channel 5. Friend of the show, Andrew's got a new Channel 5 video out. He went to a White Lives Matter rally, so you know the takes are going to be fucking spicy from dudes who have never had spice in their entire lives and have basically made it their identity. Let's take a look.
If they start shooting, get behind me. Hashtag white privilege.
Breaking news. Breaking news. You're watching Channel 5 with Andrew Callahan.
They assassinated Kobe Bryant. How many people know that? They assassinated Kobe Bryant. They tried to kill Tiger Woods in that car accident recently.
Why?
The Kobe Bryant deal is that he had dirt on the Clintons. I love black
What the fuck, dude? Yo.
people. I love everybody. We're all God's children.
Isn't this a White Lives Matter rally?
Well, I'll tell you what, this whole thing with the virus, with BLM, with Antifa, that was to hurt President Trump. And the reason that President Trump wasn't back by January 20th, the reason he hasn't been back yet is because he didn't want to have civil war. I think you know where I was on January 6th.
Where were you?
I think you know where I was on January 6th. Trump is still in control of our country.
Where'd you get those shoes from? Those are pretty fresh.
Those are just being a champion for the Lord. That's it.
Amen. It's good for you. See, there's nothing anti-white supremacist about that. That's
Whoa,
uh,
not
whoa. Why did he just... Hey, bro, why did you just bring that up on your own? Dude, that's kind of weird. This is like... Dude, I love when motherfuckers are so confident. That's caucasity, okay? Let's be real. Straight up, that's caucasity. It's like, I'm a self-report. What are you going to do about it? I'm not going anywhere. Fuck it.
white supremacist message.
Sometimes the truth hurts.
What's the most painful piece of truth that's hurt you?
Guy stealing my home. He falsified a trustee's deed to himself with 7 false representations on it and stole my home. His name's Bill Joyner. He lives in Shady Canyon. He destroyed my family, destroyed my 25-year business, separated and devastated my family. So that answers your question.
This dude sounds like he sucks.
I don't think he's a good guy. In my opinion, he's a bad guy and he's hurt a lot of people. But then again, look what the Democrats are doing to others. The deep state is trying to control the people.
Bro, what the fuck? How do you steal someone's, like, what? Bro, this dude is living in a totally separate state, dude.
They control the banking, they control the countries, they control the Vatican, and I care about our country. I want people to know what's going on.
What's going on is a White Lives Matter rally.
Is that what's going on? Yeah. Oh, okay. I had no idea what was going on. I heard that there was a BLM thing going on, and with that usually comes Antifa. I'm kind of anti-Antifa.
These are the, quote, white lives...
Motherfucker's like, I'm anti-Antifa, so you're fa, dude? Just say you're fa, dude. I'm a fa, brother. That's what anti-Antifa is. A fascist.
Jew Matter flyers that Huntington Beach police have said they received a report about from at least one neighborhood.
White Lives Matter rally and counter-protest today in Huntington Beach.
Yeah, it's okay to be white, right? Yeah, I'm not here to be violent or anything. I'm just here for, you know.
Bro, dudes with this kind of hat, I'm not going to shit on it because Cleric is in here probably because he rocks that hat too. But it's like so obvious. This motherfucker is just like trying to relive the glory days of 4chan, okay? It's great. He's just like so desperately trying to relive the glory days of 4chan. Like, come on, brother. Like, remember when we got Trump elected, dude?
Just say everything matters.
So what brought you out here to the White Lives Matter rally?
Oh, I just like the food.
What's your favorite white food?
Fish tacos.
See, why? It's the media that's the problem, bro. This is my friend, and he's out here with a shirt, and that's it. How are we racist?
I don't own a plantation, and the blacks aren't picking cotton. Come on, we're not in the...
Oh my God, dude, why does everyone look like a British racist? Like, this guy sounds like he's gonna be like, hello, me old chum. I'm part of the fucking EDL. Alright, we're here to fucking fight Islamic ray guns. We don't want fucking blacks in the city, mate. God, Huntington Beach is so ass, dude. Seriously. I don't know no plantation.
The 1860s, you know, where people were getting lynched and hanged. That racism is overblown. I see it firsthand.
See what?
That there's no racism.
How?
I have Mexican friends, white friends, of course.
He's like, I'm a racist and I have Mexican friends. So how could racism be alive then? Yo, racism is so over, I can't even say it right. I said racism. Racism. I tell you what, that's how over it is, dude. Can't even say it right. I forgot.
I have black friends. We smoke cigars together, even down here. And I work with Latino guys.
What the fuck does even down here mean?
Fabulous workers. El Salvadorian guys, they're the hardest workers I ever saw. There's no racism.
Bro, I love this dude, bro. I love this dude. Hey, proof that, like, with age, the only thing that grows up there, your face grows, and your fucking ears grow, and your nose grows, but your brain certainly doesn't, okay? Motherfucker was alive back in the 1800s. He knows from personal experience what it was like back then. Ay. Come on, I can't be racist. I exploit undocumented labor. They work hard. And we don't know technically if the El Salvadorans he's talking about is undocumented or not. So it is racist to imply that they would be.
Overblown.
Who do you think's blowing it out of proportion?
Probably the Democrats. Yeah, they have to pull the frickin' race card.
It's really sad to see that there's people who are hindering the development and the progress that this country could find if we just unite together and utilize diversity as our instrumental key.
Absolutely, yeah. We wanted to let them know if they try to do this stuff and try to frame it in a white supremacist dog whistly way, we will show up and not allow them to do that. We see through it. Anti-fascist action.
Some liberals want to just pretend like they're not there, don't give them attention, they'll go away, and that strategy doesn't work.
Fuck racism, fuck Nazis, fuck all that shit. You can't make them fucking feel comfortable here, you gotta make them feel uncomfortable as fucking possible. That's what we're here for. What's the best way to make a Nazi uncomfortable? Fuck them up.
Hit the far right with the feminist left.
I mean, I'm not against punching Nazis in the face. If you have hate in your heart, you deserve everything that comes to you.
Huntington Beach is full of racists. It's always been full of racists, and they're coming a little bit more mask off these days. So.
We can't have neo-Nazis, we can't have white supremacists, and we can't have Trump supporters coming out here and thinking that they represent America. I'm just here to show my support and solidarity for the Black Lives Matter movement.
Looks like the community really showed out, which is good, and disincentivizing a lot of them. As you can see, they're all kind of cowering along the perimeter here.
So far, I haven't...
I mean, this is pretty good. Like, when you put together a White Lives Matter rally and it's predominantly occupied by Black Lives Matter protesters, that means that, like, community defense in this sense is successful. It's literally working. Because the entire purpose of a White Lives Matter rally is to upset and make the black and brown people in that community feel uncomfortable by doing a demonstration, a show of force. So it is actually wonderful to see people countering a protest like that in larger numbers, and you see the numbers diminishing on the fucking anti-Antifa, or rather rallies, and that's partially because Donald Trump is gone and no longer in power, and these people don't feel as emboldened to be as racist as they can. Occupation is good when BLM rioters and looters occupy a White Lives Matter protest. Okay, yeah, exactly.
Seen any real Nazis or just Nazis in general? There's two peoples with the Trump thing, that's it.
When I heard the KKK was coming, I had no choice. I had to come. But I don't see them that much. There's only a few Trumpers here and there.
Kobe Bryant was assassinated by the Quins.
Yeah. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Fuck you. Fuck your life. I hope you fucking die, homie, straight up. Fuck you. Fuck everything you represent.
I got attacked. Someone took my hat. Someone took my flags. They just try to cancel you. If they don't like your position, they just attack you and try to cancel you.
I'm glad that we're moving forward towards a future where these people know.
Bro, when you're getting your ass beat, as you have a fucking literal pole in your hands that you're swinging at motherfuckers, like, why is cancel culture in your mind? It literally defeats the entire purpose. Like, someone who's getting, like, physically assaulted, if they're thinking about cancel culture, then maybe they're not actually being physically assaulted to the degree where they're like legitimately harmed. You know what I mean? Like, conservatives have broken their brains so hard that like cancel culture is worse than physical violence, dude. Okay, to be fair, that dude is absolutely, he's lost the plot.
I got attacked. Someone took my hat. Someone took my flags. They just try to cancel you. If they don't like your position, they just attack you and try to cancel you.
I'm glad that we're moving forward towards a future where these people no longer have a space in our public discourse. But at the same time, it's technically still is their First Amendment constitutional right to be out here and protest whatever they want, no matter how detached or how far from reality they think they are. But also they have to recognize that we also have a right to be out here.
Remember when Jake Paul canceled that guy, that BJJ champ? That was crazy. Wild to see. Cancellations happening left and right, dude.
Too, and to counter-protest and to show our solidarity for their counter-ideas.
This crowd became unruly. We saw a lot of those fights breaking out. About half a dozen arrests were made.
I'm being a lib when I feel bad when he got shouted at saying, "I hope you die." I mean, yeah.
And an unlawful assembly was declared.
So we were here at Huntington Beach, and the Nazis decided to show up and ran away because that's
what the fuck. Wait.
Beach, and the Nazis decided to show up and.
Bro, are you fucking kidding me, dude? Come on, dude. Yeah, you can't. Like, what are you doing, brother? What the fuck?
Ran away because that.
Like,
that's what Nazis do.
Excuse me, sir. Let me take your container out of your hand, okay? And afterwards, you can continue on with whatever kind of... I mean, look, they're Oakley brothers, dude. Look at that. Is this an off-duty cop? He sure does look like a thumb.
When they're surrounded, and now the cops are protecting the Nazis in their precinct.
That's the Nazi!
The police brought them inside, and they are being protected inside by the police. Cops and Klan go hand in hand.
So it looks like one militant Trump supporter showed up. He got his ass beat, and now 600 photographers are making content, and now it's going to be 601. Thanks for watching.
Damn, I guess there wasn't a lot going on there. Cop phrenology is back in a big way, dude. Are you kidding me? U.S. history last week tonight. When is this from? Should I do this? That's not blood, chat. Chill. It's not blood. Watch China and Africa? I don't know if I want to. You seem to be very vigilant as a person who is racist against blue cop lives. I mean, we've already talked about it. Rogan really wants you to watch this one. She says it's the best couple. Yazan and Brittany for Hasan. Yeah, but this is not real. Like, this is not... It's a Master of Blackjack one. There's going to be a lot of epis missing from this. You really want me to watch this, Morgan? You want me to drop the other one that we were watching? What is that slash after 43,987? That is a reminder. That is a reminder to everyone that I atone for my mistakes. A reminder that there was a time and place when I shamelessly had a subscription goal, which I was, you know, totally motivating everyone to subscribe for just simply having that up there. And I got called out. But just reform alone is not enough. I wanted to make sure that you remember back before you got called out by the Pokemon feminists. Yeah. It's weird. It's like my subscription count grew since the fucking goal has gone away. It's almost like it had nothing to do with it being up there. And also now, you know, I don't have to fucking change it when people get annoyed and tell me like, hey, change the thumb count. Put it back? No. It is still there, yes. It is still there. I just hide it. But I don't hide my shame. Why is the slash there? Because the sub count is still there, the other one, but I just don't want people to be motivated to... I don't want people to be motivated to subscribe to me because they see my... I don't want people to be motivated to subscribe to me because they see a sub goal there. Who the fuck is motivated by that? No one. I mean, some people probably use it. I've made like fake sub goals as like a joke or a meme, but I don't like constantly say like we're fucking X away from Y boys or anything like that. Why not take the whole thing off? Because if I take the whole sub count off, then motherfuckers are gonna be like he's hiding his sub count. We've had this conversation. Man, you sure do love talking about Nazis shitting on them in your chat. Wait, oh, this is great. Hold on. Last time you debated a white nationalist, you got shit on. Keg W just admitted that you're a pussy ass bitch. Quit debating right wingers after Charlie Kirk and Nick Fuentes. Omega lol. Wait, I didn't stop debating white supremacists after Charlie Kirk and Nick Fuentes. I still debate them. I just think that fucking it's useless. But hold on. This is kind of funny when people literally report on themselves. Like we got a Nazi amongst us, boys. That's pretty cool. You know, it's been a while since fucking Groypers roamed these parts. Calling out chatters equals debate? No. That's not what I'm saying. I mean, people say like I don't debate, but I still go on TV every now and then and still will like debate some people. I just don't want to fucking debate like random internet people. I'm not going to debate someone unless it's like legitimately someone worth debating. And what I mean by that is that like they have a larger audience than mine, or they have a sizable comparable audience where there will be a good impact. There will be you know, there'll be something in it for me. Why the fuck would I platform dumbasses? Like Latin America, do it, Pog, you do it. Man, you sure do love talking about Nazis, shitting on them in your comfy ass chair behind a screen. Yet the last time you debated a Nazi like Nick Fuentes, you got shit on and look like an idiot. KW leftists are so fucking brain dead. Omega lol. I kind of don't want to ban him because it's pretty funny to me that like he literally is like a Nazi. And it's been so long since we've banned Nazis that like I almost want to know like what they're up to. There's like 3 of them left. You know what I mean? This is a Nazi Zoomer. He just said it. Yeah. Actually, no. What the fuck am I saying? I can't. I have to ban him. Like, that's so stupid. Yeah, I can't do that. That's... One time you read what I said in chat, which was basically platforming dumbass get owned Hasan. I mean, there's like a... There is a debate Lord Andy on the left. Vosh does that. If that's like, if you're into blood sports still, then there are people that do that. You know, you can get that for you. You can get that fixed. Anyway, all right. You know what? I'm gonna watch this. Fuck it. Watch pulling back too. I think the bigger you get, the less is worth doing. Well, there's a couple reasons why it's dumb. It's like also kind of irresponsible. Like, debates are, there's a utility in debates. That utility is like, maybe you'll bring over some people to your side, but ultimately, like, why would I do that when I reach out to a significantly larger audience by doing what I do than like actually debating people? You know what I mean? I just find it really dumb and unproductive. Because like my ultimate goal in debates is to change people's minds, right? Like that's what people's ultimate goals are, and to make content. And if I'm already like, if I'm already reaching to a much larger audience this way, okay, please don't give a Mel take. What's a Mel take? What is a Mel take? FYI, this series is a reverse of Core 90 Day. The Americans move abroad in this series. Oh, yeah. A Twitter leftist is a tanky, what? So, the thing is, I'll say this before we move on to 90 Day. I'll say this before we move on to fucking 90 Day or Reaxe. But debates are for people who fancy themselves to be intellectual big brains, okay? It's like, it's pseudo-intellectual wrestling, which is a position that I've had consistently, but they can have utility, right? They can have utility. The utility being that you can maybe change some people in the 20% in the middle's minds, or like slowly but surely introduce them to different ideas. But if I can already introduce them to my point of view by just creating a much more diverse kind of content that like slowly get them to come in, maybe because they hate me and they're hate watchers, or because like he's a fake leftist. I don't know what that is, dude. Okay, well, you're a fucking weirdo. Like, I think you underrate yourself in debates. No, I'm not very good at them, but I don't really need to be. As well as introducing the proper argumentation strategies is super valuable. So the thing is, you're just teaching people talking points, and I do that already as well. Like that's all debates are. It's for people to like somewhat test their ideas, sure, in the marketplace, but like ultimately there's no rules in like internet blood sport. So whoever can dance around rhetorically wins, like functionally wins an argument. You're just basically teaching your audience talking points against like very common talking points on the other side, which is literally what you get from me here as well. Don't get me wrong, when I'm not diving deeper into certain issues and certain historical context. You know? I do find it hilarious, though. I haven't talked about debate lord shit in a while, but I do find it hilarious when motherfuckers act like the only way to truly test the mettle of ideas is in the marketplace of ideas by matching it up against other people, and that's the only way you can like have a solid, well-grounded worldview. Like, that's the most idiotic shit. It's literally, debates always are about who can rationalize logical inconsistencies and logical fallacies better. That's literally what all debates are. Okay? And the more the more blind loyalty your audience demonstrates to you, no matter what size it is, it can be a tiny fucking audience or a massive one, the more they will literally look to you and your talking points, no matter how irrational they are, with legitimacy. That's all that it is. So a lot of times I find it's unproductive. It's completely unproductive. Debates are about hardening your position against other points of view. Yes, but everyone takes advantage of rhetorical tricks. So it's not like... You know. Debates are nowhere near as good as conversations where you can make a few concessions. Internet nerds think winning a debate means you are some intellectual god when you're still just some dude on the internet changing nothing real. Well, it's not even just that. Like I said, it's just it also creates a very, very shitty culture. And I fucking hate that. Like, I hate the culture that it brings. It's so goddamn toxic. It's so fucking toxic, dude. Like, I would lose my mind. Like, one of the happiest things was when I shed that fucking part of this audience. And there's still motherfuckers who are debate lords in here who will, who just have learned to not demand that kind of content from me, or maybe even shed that kind of attitude that they had, maybe at least in this chat. It's one of the most annoying things where, like, you know how I get mad when chat jumps on something I say when I misspeak, or whenever someone like wants to correct exactly what I'm saying, to be like, oh, townhouses are actually not on top of one another, and they'll engage in like this idiotic semantics point. Imagine that for literally everything. Like, every single thing that you bring up, everyone wants to debate all the time. Everyone fancies themselves to be like the intellectual Spartan. But absolutely zero people see the ad break coming at the top of the hour. Okay, that's not true. Some people did see the ad break coming at the top of the hour. But having said that, there's a way to avoid these ad breaks, dude. I mean, there is. You can subscribe for free with a Twitch Prime. Okay? And then that way you can send me fucking video links that I most likely will not look at. You know, that's a thing you can do. There are things you can do with a Twitch Prime, or for a $5 subscription, or like $1 if you're in Turkey, or 10 cents, or whatever the fuck. Anyway, here's the ad break now. We're going to watch this new couple, Yazan and Brittany, moving to Middle East to be a girl rapper. I'm posting this. Actually, new couple. We'll get back to the other one where we were watching yesterday, because I haven't seen this one yet. Twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Anyway, it's always really funny whenever people say that, like, I'm so bad at debating, like I'm a fucking idiot or something, when it's like things that I say already. Like, I'm the one who says I'm a fucking idiot and I suck at debating. And then motherfuckers would be like, I'm owning you because you're an idiot and you suck at debating. It's like, no, I agree. Still, though, seems to me like this is an ever-expanding community. And you can say that this is an echo chamber, but it's an echo chamber that keeps growing. So obviously, not every single person that comes in here, not every single person that comes in here is going to have the same opinions. This is most definitely an echo chamber. I mean, this was an echo chamber when there were 2,000 people. People said it was an echo chamber at 5,000 people. People said it was an echo chamber at 10,000 people. People said it was an echo chamber at 15,000 people. People said this was an echo chamber at 32,000 people. people will probably say this is an echo chamber if I even reach the levels of 100,000 people. The point is, even if it's an echo chamber now, it once wasn't. Most places, like, new people are very clearly coming in. You don't get banned for being a little wrong? You are fueling anti-Semitism. Yeah, sure. We do ban anyone who's right adjacent. Most of those guys tend to shut up. How is this an echo chamber? You spend the entire stream arguing with conservatives and liberals. Can't be an echo chamber when you change positions on every topic. What do you mean? So it's not an echo chamber, but Hasan admits he's only going to Texas for sex. What the fuck?
Yes.
I'm putting setups in all the rooms. Everyone will have a stream.
I'm gonna fuck soda poppin'. He's going to get away with it. That's funny, dude. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, I knew that was gonna say. Can't expense trips for the purposes of sex? What if sex is my work, dude? For as bad as you are at debating, you're even worse at finding the play button on a video. I'm sitting here because I just posted that I'm doing a 90-day fiance new couple. The reason why I'm waiting is because I want to be courteous to motherfuckers who are, you know, doing their goddamn busy ass day, and all of a sudden they fucking see the tweet. They see a tweet from their favorite streamer, HasanAbi, okay? And that tweet is about 90-day fiance. I want those motherfuckers to not lose out on this, to actually see this and appreciate it and share it with us. That's precisely why I do this, okay? I forgot to run an ad, by the way. I just ran it. Unless I ran it twice. Let's see. Let me quickly look. Yeah, no, I just ran it now. Okay, good. I forgot. I did the segue and then I didn't run the ad. Anyway, let's get started.